Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
Yes? Ah, ja, willkommen. Willkommen in Remscheid bei Volla. Welcome in Remscheid to the Volla Community Days. I'm very happy that you find the time at that weekend to share your ideas with us and to discuss with us. This event will be in two languages, so mainly in English because of many people that come from abroad and also in German. Also diese Veranstaltung zwei Sprachen stattfinden, in Englisch und ich werde auch zwischendurch in Deutsch einige Zusammenfassungen bringen. Und alle Wortbeiträge sind sowohl in Englisch als auch in Deutsch willkommen. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to discuss with you. Let's see. Something will be spontaneously and based on our creativity contributions. This is the agenda of Saturday. So we start with an overview what's happened from Volla side and what we are planning to do. And then we have an interview with our main vendor partner, I would like to say Gigaset Communications, which are making our phones right here in Germany. It's 19 minutes away in Bocholt. And then we have a guest of UBports Foundation. It's also our major partner to make it happen that smartphones are available with a pre-installed mobile alternative. So, and this Volla Community Days are also characterized by new partners and customers that are presenting business solutions that they have implemented on our platform. I would like to say platform, a combination of hardware and software. And I'm so happy that we even have customers that are using Ubuntu Touch as a platform of business solutions. I think this is a milestone for that open source community. And this is here we are. So, and we have Sunday. Sunday is also about some more interesting business cases, but also discussion about security, privacy, and really a lot of contributions from the developer community. We have this year also a hackathon, and we invite community developers outside in the internet, in the World Wide Web, and we have even one participant, as you know, who participates on site at the hackathon. And that in the Sunday afternoon when the results are presented and discussed. Let the discussion start. I would start to talk about the one story like in the last year, but something has changed. It evolves, and I'm very proud and for all the contributors that make that one story happen. I also, before I start ongoing, I would like to thank all the team members of Volla. It helps us to make that event happen. I thank you very much also for the famous YouTuber, Mr. Kehl, who make that broadcast happen. And thank you very much. And we have also some Mr. Zavirucha is here, who is responsible for the Volla support and quality assurance. And we have Mr. Kraft, he's also working at the Volla support and the Volla bar. This is our offering for our on-site sales and consulting in Remscheid that many people are using. And also Mrs. Wiekhoff is here. She's manager of our social media and marketing, and you can talk with each other. Mrs. Volza is already gone. She's responsible for key account management. I think she will come back very soon in the lunch break. So thank you very much for that great team, and also thank you very much for the community that makes it all happen. I will talk about that partners that we have, but also all the consumers and contributors. It's amazing. It's a gift for me to work with all that users. This is a short story. It's a slightly different story to build a company, to found a company. It's not my first company, and the last company that I'm still shareholder is that what you can read in newspapers. You have a venture capital company and a huge growth, and all with that perspectives. But this time I decided not with venture capital, to be independent, to keep independent, to provide, fulfill that promise that we have with our product for the customer. That's to be independent and to protect the user's privacy. And it's not a good idea to build a company a couple of years and then to sell that idea to some big tech company. So we started with no money, and we started research and development for the right platform. And with a focus group, we tested and refined the user interface concept. That is one of the two major pillars of the USP of our smartphones, the usability. The other is security, as you know. And then we had the first Volla community days in, what was it? It's in 2019, downstairs in a meeting room with 12 people. And I learned also one of our developers on the GPad, who is working that our still that time. And also Mr. Albrechthoff, he's also here, he's one of our developers. And thank you for coming. And also Mr. Panjo is here, one of our other developers. We met Mr. Panjo also 1 year later, the first time in a hackathon. So very good outcome. It couldn't be better to have that guys on board. And started in 2020 with a Kickstarter project with 200% funding. And we introduced in the same year the first generation of the Volla Phone with Volla OS 9 and also with Ubuntu Touch at the time. It has a strategic component that we decided also to offer Ubuntu Touch. And we have then, 1 year later, the Volla Phone X rugged version of the first generation of Volla Phone. It came with the same processor and with Volla OS 10. And then last year we had the second Kickstarter campaign with 1,000% of the funding goal. So you see the dynamic. It's awesome. And I'm very happy for that support of the people. And we introduced then the Volla Phone 22. It's our recent flagship model. I love it. I have it on my own. And this year we introduced the Volla Phone X23, and that will soon start shipping. We expect the delivery of first batches next week, and fulfill our promise to start shipping this month. In Deutschland kurz diese Firma Hallo Weltsysteme mit der Marke einen etwas anderen Ansatz als vielleicht anders Firmen gegründet werden mit einem extrem ambitionierten Ziel. Ich hatte entschieden, kein Venture Capital aufzunehmen, sondern mit eigenem Kapital zu starten und dann mit Crowdfunding zu wachsen. Das ist sehr herausfordernd, wenn wir nicht das Millionenbudget für Marketing haben. Aber es ist doch erstaunlich, dass wir inzwischen profitabel sind und vielleicht nochmal ein paar Zahlen, was wir inzwischen Menschen, die erreichen. Das habe ich auch deshalb gemacht, um unabhängig zu sein und zu bleiben, denn es ist nicht das Ziel, die Firma zu verkaufen an Big Tech und ja, dann ist es mit dem Versprechen der Privatsphäre und Sicherheit. Ja, und das auf der Grafik sieht man einfach, wie das sich entwickelt hat mit 4 Geräten. Die erste Generation ausverkauft, das Volla Phone ist auch fast ausverkauft. Es ist immer noch sehr beliebt. Ich finde es wunderbar mit dem Aluminium-Seitenteil, Stabilität. Und dann haben wir das Flaggschiff-Modell Volla Phone 22 und neue Modell, da sagen wir uns zu. Ja, Volla figures, it's in small figures compared with the major brands, but I'm proud that we, the community, can build something and reach people with an alternative. More than 1,000 devices have been shipped to people in more than 55 countries of the world. So it's in Europe for sure, but in Japan, in New Zealand, in Canada, in Jamaica. So this is amazing, and I like it that we have a worldwide user community. There are a lot of community developers that have contributed to some projects that are related to Volla. We have also our open source home at GitHub, and we invite developers to contribute or to use what we have done as a template to port other Linux operating systems, for instance. I have heard that OpenSUSE is interested to port Ubuntu to port their system to our devices. There are also many repositories that are related to Volla, and 73% of the devices are pre-ordered with Volla OS. And it's surprising. It surprised me that so many people are pre-ordering a device with Ubuntu Touch as the pre-installed system. This is I think our multi-boot feature is also pushing the use and the popularity of Ubuntu Touch. There are many people, we can conclude it from the download number figures, that people are using Ubuntu Touch as their second operating system on a Volla device, just to play and learn something new. And that are people that needs Android apps for everyday tasks, business or studies, but they would like to try something new out. And this year we have in Germany, in that first quarter, the economy is going down, a recession, and this quarter some people expect a stagnation, but what we have done is 33% turnover growth just from our online shop. So it's not included the growth from retailers and distributors. I think this is something that we can celebrate, that we can grow even in that difficult economic context. And we have a lot of Volla partners that helps us to make that happen. We are not, as I said, venture capital funded, but we have so many vendors and partners to help us to make that happen, with agreements to realize that ambitious objectives that we have with Volla. There are vendors that I can't list all, but also one is Gigaset, a vendor and a partner. Gigaset helps us to develop the hardware and we are developing the software. There's always a myth that in the social media that we sell gigaset devices. That is not the case. We take the engineering expertise of Gigaset to take some of their models, we modify it, and they produce exclusive Volla devices in a small batch for our brand. They can do it because they have invented a special way to produce the devices in Germany. It's a combination of robotics and people that are working hand in hand. So it's not at all Tayloristic. And we have one manager later, I will ask, he can say more about it. And we have the UBports Foundation as our partner. They helped us to make it happen that we can offer a pre-installed devices with a pre-installed Ubuntu Touch. And we learn also more about the current state later of Ubuntu Touch. Because they passed a very important milestone to upgrade or update, I would really say upgrade from Ubuntu Touch Xenia to Ubuntu Touch Focal. It's a major update of that operating system that opens the door for more business solutions and app developers, because now they have the up-to-date also Linux libraries they can use to build their apps and solutions. Another partner is HideMe. We have also one of the managers tomorrow in an interview. This is our partner for VPN. Many people don't know what VPNs are, but if they know, the decision is hard to find the right one. You shouldn't trust VPNs that are only costs nothing. And HideMe is one, they have a mixed approach. There are paid accounts and a free account with a limited data volume, and they can offer log-free VPN to protect your privacy and also increase the speed of internet access. We learn more tomorrow. I'm also very happy that we have a presentation of a representative, a developer of Start Mail. It's a partner that helps us to offer a way to protect your email communication in an easy way. You have PGP for sure, but many consumers not really know to handle it. And we have Start Page. You know that in Volla OS we have embedded in the search engines for the Springboard, and that is Start Page based on the Google index, but with anonymized requests. And we have, I guess, a rarely known German meta search engine. It's called Meta Germany, and it's a spin-off of the University of it was Osnabrück, and so no, it was Hanover, and it's now hosted by an independent Verein. I don't know the English word. So a non-profit organization that is called Zuma. That is the abbreviation for Zoom machine. Very true. And we have another partner that is GNU Solidaro. He will also present online this year. It's related to GNU Health. It's an organization that provides medical software for hospitals, labs, also patients, about a different approach to manage that data in a distributed private way. And we have Zukunftscampus. Maybe you have seen small cards on the table and the small poster at the glass wall. It's our partner. It's what do we say? It's an organization of other young companies that are with a different perspective working on our future to bring in ideas and to discuss with the public domain, with companies, with users, with children in school. So, hier sind nochmal in Deutsch die Volla-Partner. Wir haben Gigaset als Produzent unserer Geräte. Wir verkaufen keine Gigaset-Geräte, das taucht immer wieder in den sozialen Medien auf, sondern Gigaset stellt diese Geräte exklusiv für unsere Marke her. Wir bauen auf Geräte, die von Gigaset entwickelt worden sind, auf, lassen sie modifizieren. Das ist besonders erkennbar an dem neuen Modell, das sehr gut ausgestattet ist. Und dann bringen wir unsere Expertise in der Software ein. Das geht ja auch Hand in Hand mit dem Chip-Hersteller und auch mit dem Boarddesigner, also die Platine entwickeln und festlegen, welche Komponente das sind. Und da geht die Softwareentwicklung Hand in Hand. Wichtig ist die Botschaft auch, dass wir als Hersteller dann anders als bei Custom ROMs den vollen Stack, den vollen Umfang der Software unter Kontrolle haben, um auch unser Versprechen einzulösen. Das ist wichtig, denn es ist unter dem Betriebssystem liegt ja auch noch mal was drunter. Das ist die Ebene, die ja mit der Hardware kommuniziert. Und das ist hat auch einen Sicherheitsaspekt, dass da sich nicht irgendetwas einschleicht, was nicht gewünscht ist. Ja, someone is going to cut the grass. And yeah, we have a lot of retailers. I'm very happy to say that we are growing number of retailers and distributors and people that are listening to us also online. We invite and would like to encourage retailers to list our products to make a difference. Smartphone market is usually a quite boring market, and I think we really make a difference. We have new messages, we have new features like a unique user interface, a unique option between different operating systems, including a mobile Linux distribution Ubuntu. And we have that security approach that big tech can't offer. They can't offer it because technically and economically they are bounded to a specific paradigm of the cloud, of a centralized cloud. And we will talk about cloud computing also this weekend. And they can't offer what we can offer. That if you ship a Volla device, it comes without any connection to a cloud, except you decide which cloud service you would like to use. There's also no Volla account. And we don't know what people are doing with their phone. We haven't statistics of it. We don't know everything. But this is, I think, the consequence of our promise. So here you find very nice brand names. Some are very German retailers, Otto and Kaufland. So that are large retailers. And you find also a very unusual retailer, Haspa, Hamburger Sparkasse. It's a bank. We have currently together with Zukunftscampus how do you say, this is a trial or an experiment to offer products in a bank, and that bank that is offering, that you have chosen a location in a very famous shopping mall of Hamburg. So we are also trying to be creative for selling our product, and we are happy to have Urban Bird and is found on board, and also some in the Netherlands, also a different concept. I don't, ich traue mich nicht, das richtig auszusprechen. So that is, I don't think I can pronounce it right. But so this is also a very retailer with a different approach to provide different products in that times. Okay, and we have partners in Italy like Jala Devices and yeah, some others, EMAC in Romania, and soon we are in Italy with ePrice and also France with Cdiscount. And these are our distributors, also quite new. We have Herweg. Maybe also someone of Herweg is here today. We have been on their trade fair last week. It's quite new, but the CEO was excited what we are doing and invited us for participating in the trade fair 1 week later. And then we have Telepart. It's their competitor somehow. It's also a distributor with a focus on the DACH region and beyond. So they also ship to Europe. I'm very happy that we learn more about Linux Nordic. We have a delegation here on site, and we will hear more about Linux Nordic. And this is for the Nordic countries and also for Poland. They're announced to enter that market. And we have RLM Solutions. We also will learn more today about that partner who would like to introduce our devices into the USA. And they haven't yet started to ship, therefore it's a little bit gray, that logo. So, but we are so starting, I would say. And I'm also very happy because we have already hundreds of users in USA and Canada, but it's a pain to deliver it from Europe and Germany, and also to do the customer service. So it really makes sense to enter that market. Yeah, we have business customers. I just listed the logos here from the companies we will hear and see their solutions today and tomorrow. And I thank all that companies that they are willing to contribute, and that are the flags of the great Volla team. And I'm very happy that Volla is more than about technology. It's a mindset, it's a culture, and it's a motivation that is really far beyond technology. Maybe some of yours know that originally I'm a philosopher, and via journalism I came to technology. So you see that culture of people from different countries that work together, they're productive, and this is also a gift to have that experience and that awesome team. And one flag here that with the blue and white, you may don't know. Yeah, I think you can't know. That's a flag of the city of Remscheid. And the lion is the icon of the former Duke of Berg, who was a resident in the castle next to that city. So that's history. Yeah. But this flag is also nice to have it. Yeah, for sure, Remscheid is smaller than India, but well, we have that. We have that flag on the same page. Okay, let me summarize the Volla mission. Some people know it already. So what I realized is that kind of image every day on the street, yeah, modern technology takes time and attention. And so I could speak hours about that. What does it do with people? My PhD was about the impact of virtual reality. So what does it make with us if we consume that media in every day? How it changed the way we see the world, how it changed how we communicate. And this is not just, I think this is very important to reflect that. What does technology make with us? And also the complexity I realized of technology. And it's really becomes exhausting to represent all that options in my mind of an operating system. And that is also something I reflected to have something that is more lightweighted, more immediate in interaction. And also the patronization. You can't use an iPad or iPhone without creating an account. And if you don't do it for a stock Android device, you get all the time that notification that you should be registered to Google. And if you try to deactivate Google services, then it doesn't really work properly anymore, and you have that continuous notifications. Yeah, and that guy and that book, I think maybe some of you have read it. This is also a way to think about it. And the conclusion is an alternative is more important than ever. Last year, I highlighted really public available papers that really state the plan to replace democracy by artificial intelligence. You can read it, black on white, and it's from official papers. Also, the official papers about our government in Germany, it's a study of a social credit system with explicitly they state China as a template to implement it for Europe. And the Digital Service Act, also I introduced last year. I don't want to repeat it right now. It's a law to force platform providers to monitor the communication and to notify organizations about content that might be illegal. I say might be that because the organizations, they call it flagged, something here is, so they are not NGOs, so not by a court or police or something like that. And this is the common practice, right? It's nothing new, but now it's forced by law. For sure, Facebook has a huge department for censorship. That's what we ever do or know. And there's also another article. This is German, but there's also a new ongoing law to monitor chats. So that the chat providers are forced to monitor it, to use artificial intelligence. That is also stated and described in the Digital Service Act of the European Union. And what I also already presented at the New Health Fund last year is that we need to reflect and carefully decide whether and which apps we are using. In the last year, there was a so-called Corona app with a promise that the data is only used for that purpose. to notify if some people are close to you that are infected, but the police already misused that data for forensic, and that was here that article in the press. And the German government is also planning a centralized patients' data. I mention it because we learn about an alternative or someone that represents the alternative of new health, not centralized, but distributed health data. I mention it as another example of political control by health data. And if you count one-to-one with the idea of social credit system, then yeah, it's really important to make a difference. And that is what's our standard, what matches my values. And this is the European Charter of Fundamental Rights. And it says everyone has a right to the protection of personal data concerning him or her. That is part of the EU Charter, European Union Charter, Chapter 8, Part 1. And the big picture is of Volla to enabling a free society in welfare and practice by a secure and independent infrastructure of communication and a secure and independent currency that invoked on the former. So we have two pillars of freedom, and we are doing a lot of research on currencies, but honestly, we couldn't really recommend something. But there's a lot of things and discussions going on. We have time to discuss today. And this is a big picture that we have. And the technical answer is something that is distributed, encrypted, and the data is processed where it is used or created. And it's personal data. Everyone owns his data in this site with whom he or she want to share it. And the Volla Phone is part of that infrastructure, a very important part of the infrastructure. And that is part of that Self-Determination, digitale Selbstbestimmung. Nochmal auf Deutsch. So, wir haben diese Mission, wir beschäftigen uns mit dem, was aktuell auch an Überwachung, Zensur stattfindet und auch gesetzlich gefordert wird. Und das sehe ich sehr kritisch und orientiere mich da. Ich sehe, dass meine Werte sich da auch decken mit der Grundrechtecharta der Europäischen Union, die das auch festschreibt. Das deutsche Grundgesetz ist da nicht so deutlich, aber man kann es durchaus dort auch aus den Grundrechten ableiten. Und da geht es um die digitale Selbstbestimmung. Einmal, mit wem ich welche Informationen teile, insbesondere, dass private Information auch privat bleibt. Und auch, es wird immer wichtiger, dass ich auch freien Zugang zur Information habe. Ich habe 15 Jahre als Journalist gearbeitet, das ist mir natürlich auch ein besonderes Anliegen. Wir haben auch viele prominente Journalisten, manche, die auf den Bestsellerlisten stehen, die bereits Kunde sind, die ich auch nicht nennen darf, aber die sich für Volla entschieden haben, weil sie als Journalisten die Sicherheit brauchen, auch ihre Informanten zu schützen, zu recherchieren, wenn sie unterwegs sind. Und auf der anderen Seite brauchen wir auch freien Zugang zu Informationen. Und ich traue den Menschen auch zu, zwischen falsch und richtig zu entscheiden. Das ist ja nicht immer eine einfache Aufgabe. So, and we have two aspects for our product, simplicity and security. And we have that minimalistic user interface of Volla. We have that intelligence so maybe we can say our Volla phone is the first smartphone with that smart interface. And it's ergonomic, so you can quickly do everyday tasks and then put your device again in your pocket, back in your pocket, so and don't lose too much time to it. that are the answer of that considerations and motivations I have for Volla. So that lightness, that self-determination, that comes here. And one answer is a springboard concept with a smart text field. Maybe most of you here in that room know it already. Maybe some people online don't know it yet. So we have the springboard. If you unlock your device, you see a springboard. You can also choose to see a traditional app overview in a grid. It's on yours. We don't force anyone to do something. Everything what we do is an offering. So that offering of a springboard is a smart text field. You can start typing anything, and you get some suggestions for auto completion and features that matches what you have entered. You have a quick menu, so touch, drag, release for everyday tasks, and you have dynamic collections of informations that is also organized for you. And some things are new. Since last year, we have announced Volla OS 12 and also a new device. In Volla OS 12, something new. It comes also with an update of the Volla launcher. You have that text field. You can do everything. What's new is that you don't need the prefix anymore if you type in a contact and get auto completions from your contact store. That is also new, and also was an idea and a suggestion from the community to leave out that prefix. And what we announced since last year is now implemented to you send signal messages. That was implemented, but we have also now a deeper integration of a signal as a recommended encrypted messaging system. Yeah, you have that shortcuts. That is not new. You can. What some people don't know is that you can modify and edit the shortcuts. So you have with one gesture the task or apps you need. So the standard is just suggestion. So and then we have the collections. We have the collection of news, and that you can define with it's also an idea of minimalism, because the news are rendered in a kind of readability version. You have the news stream is grouped. You see the newest news of each channel you have subscribed. You can subscribe RSS feeds or Atom feeds. So für die deutschen Zuhörer, wir haben also wie wir das Versprechen der Einfachheit erfüllen, haben wir auf unserem Volla Phone das sogenannte Sprungbrett, was erscheint, wenn Sie das Gerät entsperren. Das ist nur ein Vorschlag von uns. Sie können das auch so einstellen, dass wenn das Gerät entsperrt wird, dass Sie so eine App-Übersicht sehen, vergleichbar wie auf einem iPhone. Wir wollen da also immer bevormunden. Und das Sprungbrett hat 3 Elemente, nämlich einmal das intelligente Textfeld. Die Idee ist, Sie fangen einfach an zu schreiben. Das Gerät erkennt Ihre Absicht und Ihre Intention, macht Vorschläge, diese Eingabe zu ergänzen und bietet auch, das hatten wir hier gesehen, bietet dann auch Funktionen an. Hier in diesem Beispiel könnt ihr zum Beispiel eingeben, morgens 12 Uhr Mittagessen mit Paula oder so etwas. Und dann wird der Vorschlag kommen, das als Termin einzutragen. Wir haben dann das Schnellmenü, das mit einer Geste wichtige Alltagsfunktionen aufrufen kann. Und wir haben sogenannte Zusammenstellungen von Inhalten, sodass Sie für auch nicht mal eine App öffnen müssen. Das ist auch dieser Hintergedanke, der Gedanke, die Motivation dahinter, dass Sie viele Dinge einfach mit einer Geste abrufen können um auch nicht zu sehr abgelenkt zu sein. Und das, was man erledigen will, kann man schnell erledigen. Das ist halt der Vorschlag für die Leichtigkeit. Wir haben dann Nachrichten, die Sie selbst, Nachrichtenkanäle abonnieren, von RS bis Atom, viele Nachrichtenkanäle und Zeitungen bieten das an. Das, was auf dem Volla Phone dann zu sehen ist, wenn Sie es entpacken, sind dann nur Vorschläge und ja, dann gibt es Personen, ist meine Lieblingsfunktion. Da sind wir die Personen zusammengestellt, mit denen Sie zuletzt in den letzten 7 Tagen in Verbindung standen, weil Sie Mitteilungen ausgetauscht haben oder Anrufe. Und ich habe in meinem Adressbuch tausende Kontakte, wie viele im beruflichen Kontext ebenfalls. Und da finde ich die Menschen, die jetzt für mich wichtig sind in der aktuellen Zeit. Und, Sie können auch so auf den Kontakt dann tippen und bekommen dann die Kommunikation mit der Person und können länger drauf tippen. Das ist ein bisschen so die verborgene Funktion. Da sehen Sie dann Funktionen, da kommen dann Angebote, dass die Person anrufen können oder eine Mitteilung schreiben. So we have the contact people collection that are the people we have been in contact in the last 7 days. So I think it's very convenient if you have thousands of or hundreds of contacts in your address book. So you have here the people that are recently important in your life. And you tap on the contact to get the conversation, or you tap long on the contact to get functions like starting a poll or something like that. It's very convenient. And then we have nodes that you can take from the Springboard. You have seen that in the list before. You can pin nodes on the top. You have auto formatting nodes. And this is also if you are on the go somewhere and you need to note something, just type it in your Springboard and you have it then later in your notes. We will soon provide sharing notes. That was also an idea of a community member. So this evolution of the app is close together with the community. And then we have conversations and threads. So in German, in Deutsch, wir haben also dann noch die Unterhaltungen, nennen wir das. Und das ist eine Übersicht der zuletzt ausgetauschten Nachrichten, gruppiert eben ja, nach den Dialogen oder nach den Unterhaltungen. Und wir haben ja schon immer angekündigt, dass wir mehr Kanäle da einführen. Das ist technisch gar nicht so einfach. Wir hatten mit SMS und MMS angefangen und wir haben dann einen Weg gefunden, auf Signal hier zu integrieren. Hatten viel Zeit investiert in eine Open-Source-Bibliothek und dann hat Signal wieder was an der API verändert und mussten dann diese mühsame Arbeit verwerfen, haben jetzt einen anderen Ansatz, wo wir die Systemnotifikation, also Systemmitteilungen auslesen, um dann diese Dialoge aufzuführen. So that is, we have a signal integration now. So you have like MMS and SMS. You have your signal conversation right, yeah, on the Springboard with one gesture. And you can reply right in that conversation. Yeah, we still have that group apps, and that is more what you know from other operating systems, with the difference that we have a optimized group of the most recent apps that you are, or most, yeah, apps that you're mostly using. And that's also convenient. You have one group, a limited group of apps, not the tons of apps you have installed, because at some day you need to make a transaction or for traveling or so, but you rarely use it. And you keep your mind free with an overview of the most frequent used apps. I like it very much. It's also an offering. You can disable it and have everything on one page. You can also decide to group the app by the category that the developer of the app has defined. I think we have already the suggestion to have 3 categories. I think that will come. And what's new, that is with a green background to notify what's new in Volla OS 12, we will introduce speech to text. It's not ready yet for the Volla community days. So our developers are really working hard on it. But I can show it in a beta version. We are using an open source. So the approach is for speech to text, totally different. Whatever you have seen with Alexa, Siri, Cortana, and what that nice girl's every name has. And it's because it's not using a cloud. Our speech to text technology is executed on the device. Nothing is leaving your phone, also not your voice samples that can be used to identify you anywhere for audio snippets that someone takes. We use an open source library, Sayboard, Sayboard, yeah. And for the language model, we will use Whisper. So that is derived from OpenAI. And that takes a bit of time, but we have with Whisper a high precision for different languages, English for sure, and also other languages like German. Und so in Deutsch noch einmal, denn das ist sehr wichtig, wir haben eine automatische Spracherkennung, auch um Konsequenz nochmal diese Ergonomie und Leichtigkeit anzubieten, dass Sie das, was Sie zum Beispiel ins Sprungbrett eingeben, das Textfeld einfach zu sprechen oder auch eine Notiz zu erfassen. Das ist ja eine sehr aufwendige Technologie. Das ist nicht ganz so einfach. Wir werden aber trotzdem einen Weg gefunden, das lokal auszuführen. Wir haben ja auch ziemlich starke Prozessoren im Einsatz und das ganze Betriebssystem ist ja nochmal entschlankt, weil wir das nicht mit Google Play-Dienste ausliefern, sodass das auch geht. Und wir arbeiten da mit einem quelloffenen Projekt, sodass der Code auch überprüfbar ist und mit Modellen. Das ist ein Modell, also es ist KI, künstliche Intelligenz, trainierte Sprachmodelle. Und da nehmen wir das von Whisper, ist abgeleitet von OpenAI. Jeder kennt inzwischen den Namen. Und wichtig ist, dass es lokal ausgeführt hier ist. This is an approach for security. I don't list them all, but we have for sure the common security of Android in Volla OS. But in addition, the highlighted things: no Google, no cloud, no registration, and we have cleaned up services under the hood of the operating system. We have published sources. If you like, you can build Volla OS on your own, on your device. We have curated system apps that are also free open source software. And we have also a navigation app with offline maps. It's also good if you are driving in the countryside with a weak cellular network. Also a question, many questions, where can I get my apps? So we have 2 app stores on the Volla OS. The App Store F-Droid, that is also used for frequent updates of system apps. And we have Aurora, a proxy to Google App Store with the option to install apps anonymously. We have also hints or whether and which tracker are used in that apps. So, das ist nochmal hier ein Überblick über die Sicherheitsfunktionen, die wir haben. Darüber könnte man über jeden einzelnen Punkt sehr lange reden. Wichtig ist, glaube ich, dass das Gerät ausgeliefert wird. Sie packen es aus und Sie entscheiden selbst, ob und welchen Cloud-Dienst Sie verwenden. Das System ist bereinigt auch von Google Play-Dienste, also eine Art Middleware oder Dienste, die geschlossener Quellcode sind. Und da weiß man, keiner weiß also, was da genau dann auch stattfindet. Bekannt ist, dass Google natürlich Nutzerdaten sammelt und sicherlich auch vor Dritte schützt, aber sie werten sie für eigene Zwecke aus und sind natürlich auch, weil die Dienste und die Server in den USA stehen, unterliegen die natürlich auch dem Cloud Act, dem Patriot Act und müssen auch Zugang zu Daten geben. Das ist etwas, was wir demnächst dann auch, wie ich gerade sagte, in Europa haben mit den Dienstleister. Und ein großer Unterschied ist der Sicherheitsmodus. Ich glaube, ich habe den auch nochmal unter den neuen Funktionen eingeführt, denn im Laufe des letzten Jahres gab es eine Neuigkeit dabei. Der Sicherheitsmodus ist ziemlich einzigartig. Sie können da auf unterer Systemebene festlegen, welche Apps zeitweise, die Sie hier definieren, blockiert werden sollen. Diese Apps laufen dann auch nicht mehr in den Hintergrund. Es gibt ja viele Apps, die laufen nicht nur, wenn Sie sie aufgerufen haben, sondern auch, wenn Sie sie geschlossen haben. Zum Beispiel auch Twitter. Für Twitter ist ja auch bekannt geworden, dass Twitter die Mikrofonfreigabe nutzt, auch mitzuschneiden, was Sie sagen, auch selbst wenn Sie jetzt keine Sprachmitteilung schicken. Jetzt ist Twitter in neue Hände, aber man muss immer aufpassen, wirklich welche Apps man sich installiert. Und manchmal muss man Apps installieren aus beruflichen Gründen oder fürs Studium. Dann kann man das tun und man kann diese Funktion nutzen, um sie dann zu blockieren im Alltag und dann freizugeben, weil ich eine Videokonferenz muss, zum Beispiel, weil Ihr Arbeitgeber auf Zoom besteht. Nicht wirklich sicher. Und das ist so. And you can block apps to run in the background. If you activate security mode, you can activate security mode from the Volla springboard, so from the launcher, in other words, from that settings with one gesture, quite easy. So if you use an app, you need to use an app you don't really trust because you would like to call or text me with my text. Or you need to chat with someone in WhatsApp. So then you deactivate the security code, you exchange messages, and then you activate the security mode again. That's the idea. And also, if you dislike some pre-installed apps, then you can also use the security mode to tidy up the apps that you see in the launcher. It also helps you to slimline or the number of running apps to save battery power. Sie können das natürlich auch nutzen, um aufzuräumen zeitweise, dass Sie sagen, wenn ich unterwegs bin, ich brauche jetzt gerade nicht so viele Apps, dann aktiviere ich den Sicherheitsmodus. Ich sehe weniger Apps, die ich öffnen kann. Sie laufen auch nicht mehr im Hintergrund. Batterie wird dadurch erheblich gespart, wenn Sie Apps haben, die im Hintergrund ständig bereit sind, Nachrichten zu empfangen oder zu senden. And what's new is you can import templates that you have created on your own, a list of domains. The second thing anyway is to also block domains system-wide or to explicitly grant the permission that the device can access domains. So you have black and white lists, a kind of embedded firewall that can be used to install apps that are compromised by trackers, and you don't want that they collect your data. And you activate security mode with a list of domains, so the trackers that are embedded have no chance to reach the server. And that is also very convenient. And the opposite thing is that if you would like to grant access to domains, it's two things. One, to protect your children. There are a lot of content in the web that children shouldn't see. and think about chats and grooming. So take care about your children, and you can use that feature to define what the children can do with the smartphone and which websites they can access. For instance, the website of their school or something like that. And our idea was to make a community project of it, to import templates. So we prepared templates for blacklists, including malware, trackers, and all that kind of stuff. You can just import it and check the kind of sources you would like to apply for your firewall. And the opposite, that needs more editorial effort. Maybe our partners in Denmark and USA can help us. It must be done for each language. There, we have collected, we started a community project that in GitHub, I will also present tomorrow also our community projects with that lists. We started with lists in Germany with domains that are good for children. So we have in Germany a search engine that is called Blinde Kuh, blind cow. Maybe you know that children's game also in the USA or Denmark. So and we have some other pages like Little Mice, Die Maus von TV. So pages that children can see. And we invite the community to help us to create that list so others can apply it more easily. For sure, you can define on your own that list on the device, but it's a little help and inspiration to apply the templates. Yeah, that's the idea. And this Volla OS 12, we have more privacy settings that come from Android 12, so that is transparent, that privacy dashboard, and we have system-wide toggles to disable microphones. And so I need to look at the clock. Yeah, I'm much over my time. I need to, this is a little bit mixed, this is the sample of the community project of this, where parents or others, editors can contribute to that list for that template. Yeah, that is Volla OS 12 with also new. We have a new system-wide clear font, new background image. It looks really awesome in my point of view. And multi-boot is still available. And here's, I need to hurry. I'm very sorry I'm talking too much. That's because maybe I'm original philosopher. So with multi-boot, it's available on Volla Phone X, Volla Phone 22, Volla Phone X23 for sure. Are the operating systems in preparation. Here's an overview about the availability. So for Volla Phone, Volla OS 12 is in progress. For Volla Phone 22 and Volla Phone X, we have a beta version. Our plan is in May that we roll out Volla OS 12 for the other devices. For Volla Phone X23 comes with Volla OS 12. Everything has multi-boot, and then and here you see the state of Ubuntu Touch that is available. If we update the operating system to Volla OS 12, then the Ubuntu Touch and Selfish OS as a second operating system needs to be updated. We will talk about it. And we are currently working to provide Ubuntu Touch as a second operating system. Yeah. Volla Phone 23, I really need to hurry. I made too many slides. This is the Volla Phone 23 we have introduced. And we have it here. And you can have your hands on that device. A very nice device. And the specs are similar to our flagship model that is we still ship. It's our main, the Volla Phone 22. I like it very much with the glass tracking, very elegant and sleek. The Volla Phone X23 has a similar resolution for the camera. The difference is that the Volla Phone X23 is not a replacement, not a successor model of the 22. It's the rugged version. So while the Volla Phone 22 has a better display with a higher resolution, but the display of the Volla Phone X23 is brighter. So that's the difference for outdoor activities. And the Volla Phone X23 is protected, IP68, water protected and dust protected. You can be 1 hour and up to 1 meter under the water, or some water can be poured over it. And it has a stronger battery for a longer lifetime, and for a longer time you can without charging. And both devices have 128 gigabyte storage. The Volla Phone X23 has 6 gigabyte RAM. And that is the Volla Phone 22, as you know, with the glass backing in black and white. It follows our brand. And for the Volla Phone X23, we have some special things that the Volla Phone 22 hasn't. It's an additional programmable button. So if you use a personal assistant, there's even an open source personal assistant available in Android. You can start that assistant by pushing just additional button on the other side. Yeah, and then we have the backlight, and we have used it for very nice. So it has a backlight feature here, and we have used it for an illuminated ring. The fingerprint sensor is at the side, and you can use that lightning ring to visualize, to have silent notifications for calls, like you have your smartphone here, and then the ring is lightning, and you see it's an incoming call, or you have a missed message, or the device is charging. So there are several features we have implemented for that backing, and even also to have some visualization of music, okay? And that is also one very nice feature of that ring that you can use in a different way. Or if you have business customers where we offer customized operating system, they can use it for very special features. And that comes to the benefits of that. We have also introduced last year an offering to business customers, and some of them are presenting today. I think the Volla Phone for Business is the benefit is that we have the perfect double of hardware and software to protect privacy and to be completely GDPR compliant. Because if in Europe, the highest court, the European court, decided that the privacy shield agreement between USA and the European Union is not valid. So if you are strict, if people in your company are using iPhones or Google phones, they're not compliant to GDPR because of that personal data is transferred to the US servers. And but we can provide a solution that is strictly GDPR compliant. And we can also help you to implement your industry solution on our device with a robust hardware. So I think it's not an accidental the case that we have many customers from healthcare. because we have robust device and they can are complying to the advice for disinfection and all that additional requirements of a hospital. And we have a customer who offers hygienic process management solutions for hospitals, and they started to also ship our devices to hospitals because it's not only about sensitive data, but also to the special requirements of disinfection. And our service offerings are even also in other contexts that you will hear, that we offer customized operating system with special features. Yeah, that we will hear something about that. And tomorrow also from Umlaut, company of Accenture that is working with us with a special solution for emergency doctors and ambulances. Very exciting. And we are also now offering, and soon it's on our webpage, a solution for Headwind MDM, an open source MDM system. There's also some alternatives, and we, I think, should be in discussion also with the UBports Foundation. There are also options to offer MDM for mobile Linux. This is a prerequisite to sell and deploy devices in the industry. And we have the solution for it. Even it's de-Googled. The most MDMs are using Google Enterprise Services. But if you really want to be private, secure, we can offer you an alternative that is open source, that is future prone, because it's open source and it's extendable by plugins. And that is, I think, a good choice. We can offer it on premise, and we soon will publish that on the web page. You can also, we can help you to install it on premise in your corporate network, but we will also offer an MDM as a service on servers that we are managing that are hosted in Germany, or if you come from abroad, we can talk that we also find a hoster in your country. And so we have different options to do that. You can use you can use a kiosk mode with an enterprise license of MDM, or lightweighted by remotely toggling the security mode I have introduced. This is a very smart way and low-cost way to implement the requirements of mobile device management. And we have a lot of use cases. I really need to hurry, and because some other speakers are waiting. Let me say something about the outlook, what we are working on. We are working on a Volla data SIM card. You know that we also are in negotiation for becoming an MVNO ourselves, but we can now offer soon data SIM cards. So you can, with the data SIM cards, you can make audio calls with Signal or any other app. And the good thing is it's totally anonymized. It's not regulated by law. So you can get your SIM card and no one knows who's online if you activate and use the SIM card. And that's very nice. It's from one of our partners. We are working on a distributed cloud. New Volla devices, I can't tell more, but you can expect that we will introduce some exciting products soon. There are ideas of Volla convergence. Therefore, also Ubuntu Touch is a strategic part of our strategy, but also our developer will present tomorrow something exciting. And we would like to enable Volla skill developers to contribute to Volla skills I mean, and unfortunately, we couldn't make it to present the API and SDK on that community days because we have been so busy with Volla OS 12 and Ubuntu Touch for X23. But the idea is that you as a developer, third-party developer, can contribute to the intelligence of the launcher by some additional skills like calling a cab or something, or calling or asking for a navigation, something like that. So, and we have now, like every year, we have our hackathon. And this hackathon means that if you are online developers and listening to us, you are invited to, thank you very much. You are invited to present, to develop something that you present tomorrow afternoon that must be related to Volla devices, Volla OS or Ubuntu Touch. It must be available via open source, real open source. And so the community will decide who will be the best. We will give a Volla Phone X23 and Volla Phone 22 for your participation and effort in that hackathon. And yeah, maybe let's see. If you're a brilliant developer, you are on board on the Volla team afterwards. and our challenges is maybe you can speak about new skills for the Volla launcher. Like your idea to do some routing, or for the calling a train ticket, or call a taxi, or make a quick calculator. So use your creativity to extend the idea of that intelligence. Or to run, the other challenge is, because it was always, but it's still our idea to bring the Volla launcher on the Touch. Maybe why not taking the source code from our GitHub page, GitHub/Hello Volla, to make a proof of concept to run the launcher on the Ubuntu Touch. It was, I think, 2 years ago, where we had a developer who presented the idea that you can activate the launcher on Ubuntu Touch just by tapping the fingerprint sensor. You find the published results in our download sections. And the Volla device is a part of a distributed cloud. There's so many to talk about that distributed cloud, the importance I mentioned. And we are really working on a distributed cloud to provide the convenience for backups, to storing your stuff somewhere, but that you still own and have full control. And the only answer is to have a really distributed cloud that no third party can control it, or to switch it off, and to sanctionalize it. And so that we have some candidates. Tomorrow I will talk about it. And one of the candidates is also Carbate for distributed cloud. You find their source code also online. And another exciting thing is Holochain. And we'll see tomorrow a presentation of Holochain. It's also a community-backed idea. And they have the same mindset here. Yeah, happy community days. I'm very sorry that I took so much time, but hopefully it was interesting for you. And now I think we need to hurry a bit. Yeah, to welcome. We will have time for Q&As all over that weekend. but I would like to invite now Mr. Jörg Wissi, same first name than me, seems, and yeah, he is manager business development for Gigaset Communications.
Ja, kann man das Mikro einmal mir geben? Dann
Ja.
das einmal ein bisschen näher kommen, ein bisschen näher kommen. Gut. Dann haben wir den Ton aufgelegt.
Okay.
Hello and good morning.
Hello, Mr. Wissing.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. We had a long keynote. Thank you for your patience to wait. And it's really amazing that so many people have joined on site in Remscheid. And thank you very much for your time to join also.
Yeah, it's a real pleasure, and I followed a big part of your introduction, and it's really exciting, and I fully understand there's so many things to tell about Volla OS, about the Volla devices, so it's natural that it takes a bit longer.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thank you very much. Oh. Oder so. Yeah. Okay, you can hear me, yes?
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, thank you very much for that long-term collaboration with Gigaset. And it's rare that you find managers that understand the potential of new ideas and new companies, and start the adventure with us. Maybe you can tell us a bit about Gigaset, and we have chosen Gigaset because you are producing devices for us in Bocholt. And when I visited that production, I see there's a huge difference to photos and videos you can see how devices are produced in Asia. Maybe you can tell us a bit about Gigaset and the approach of manufacturing and your decision to do it in Germany.
Yeah, yeah. I think our journey started around 3.5 years ago, and I don't know, is my microphone causing a conflict here, or maybe it's better now. Yeah, so Gigaset is producing smartphones in Germany at our place in Bocholt since 2018. That was the beginning. And yeah, originally it was smartphones made in China, bringing to Europe under the brand Gigaset. But then we came to the conclusion and the idea that we want to try really to bring back smartphone or mobile device production back to Europe, back to Germany. And we do it in a production facility where people, so workers and robots, doing the production, the assembly hand in hand, so to say. And this is a big advantage with regards to the quality, because at our place, there's one worker responsible for the whole workflow of the device, and there are a lot of quality testing stages during the production process. And whenever there is a kind of quality, or we don't meet the quality we expect, we can immediately take out that device from the production line and figure out what's the issue with the device, and then we can immediately bring back that knowledge about any quality issue to the production. So we really have a 100% production control, which is completely unusual, especially for China products. They're usually there's maybe a 10,000 pieces production, and then maybe 100 pieces are controlled afterwards. So for us, it's different, and it's a real high quality standard.
Yeah, and you are also in Germany. It's also very important the values that a company is implementing, the values of sustainability, but also the values how the conditions of the workers, the sources, and I was very happy that you have a code of conduct for all your vendor chain. Maybe you can explain a little bit about that code of conduct for your vendors and the values you are implementing with that.
Yeah, for sure. So for us, as a German company, which is coming from a historical Siemens, you know that for sure. So we have a real long history, and we have the maybe typical German values also for our current and existing business. And this is also a big differentiation maybe to other brands, Chinese manufacturers or whatsoever. So we are really looking for trustworthy partnerships, and we are really doing regular audits with our Chinese partners. But because for sure we do have partners in China for material and sourcing and so on, it's impossible to do it without. And we are doing regular audits there. We are checking the working conditions. We are really asking them to sign and follow our code of conducts to be on a kind of moralic and ethical right path.
Plans with renewable energy.
Yes. So sustainability, beside quality, for sure, sustainability is one other big issue. And already for our own products, since a long time, we are using green materials. We don't have any plastics in the packaging, and we are completely using green energy for the whole production process. Furthermore, we try to reduce waste by doing optimization in shipments of parts of goods. We are doing bulk shipments from China with the material, and by that we are saving space, money for sure as well, but more important maybe we reduce the CO2 impact.
I had an interesting comment, I think, from Facebook, or we had several times that they say, well, because the chipset is from Taiwan or other parts are from China, it's also a Chinese device. But I know from the software side, manufacturing a smartphone is a very, very complex process. And it's not just a Lego box to build your play car. It's much more to us than just putting the pieces together. Maybe you can give us an idea what it means to manufacture or produce a device in a fabric in Germany. For sure, the system on a chip comes from Taiwan. We are using MediaTek, but there's a huge engineering expertise to produce that device. Beyond the software, we contribute. Maybe you can give an idea of the complexity.
Yeah, exactly. So the devices you have in hand there, they really are born in the ideas of our German engineers. Yeah, so there's a product definition team. So we think about the feature set and all that stuff. But in the end, it's cooperation between our German engineers here in Bocholt and the Chinese supplier to really develop that kind of product. So for me, I'm not an engineer. I'm economist. So I'm not too deep in all that engineering, but I take part at the meetings, and I really can see that we are driving the device, and we are the ones who develop here from Germany. The colleagues,
So
they are
I have
doing
seen
that.
the production process live
Yeah.
when I visited the fabric, and I say that it's more than just putting pieces together. So it's a
Exactly.
precision. Also by the robots technology, how the screw is always in the same way as used. So the high precision to put the pieces together and measure that all the features are has a quality standard. I have seen a machine or several machines in the product line where you really test each feature of the hardware before the production process is approved by that one person that is responsible, as you said. So I think that is what I mean with that complexity. It's more than putting the pieces together when we say it's made in Germany.
Exactly, that's what I meant when I mentioned earlier the quality within the production process. There are so many steps where we double check the device, yeah, and furthermore also quality with regards to the service afterwards. Yeah, you mentioned the screws; they all have the same size, and we prefer screwing instead of gluing. Yeah, so that makes it really easier to repair the device later. And yeah, doing that, we by the in-house development and the in-house production, we also gain more knowledge to repair and to service the devices afterwards. So we go for repair rather than swapping a device. And
Yeah,
that's what we understand quality made in Germany.
Yeah, indeed. So we have our partner phone service also that came to us last year. So, but you can also repair a Volla Phone 22 on your own and also really replace a broken display. And I think Janos Kehl will publish a video how it will be done to give a kind of advice. Yeah, Mr. Everything, maybe you are at the source of the future generations. Maybe you can give us a sneak preview or an idea what is coming up in your point of view. So Samsung has introduced some crazy stuff like folded devices, and maybe G5 became a standard, but maybe G6 came from the corner. And we also discussed smaller devices that you can put in your pocket. And I know it's our both vision to implement it. Maybe you can give us a sneak preview. What's, in your opinion, comes up? What we see on the smartphone market?
Yeah, so there's indeed a kind of trend to make something different. Those foldable devices are, yeah, maybe kind of fashion right now. The question is always if the consumer really needs that device. So what we have introduced together now, the Volla Phone 22 and Volla X 23 right now, those are yeah, devices that bring sufficient of power and feature set and so on, and they get special with the software which you are developing in the house. And my understanding really is that that kind of software development, that independency and that privacy ideas are becoming more and more important in the future. Because yeah, there is 5G development from feature side, and maybe the next step is also coming ahead. But in Germany, for example, it's still the majority of the networks on 4G and the contracts on 4G. So this is maybe locally different, yeah. I think the power of the chipsets right now is really sufficient for the usual needs, yeah. And in the end, it's, from my feeling, really the software, and that's what's in your hand, that makes a difference finally.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we will see very interesting devices in the future. Also new feature sets. We have a wish list for sure of all users, like USB 3 or HDMI over USB 3. Let's see how it is going on in the future. I'm very looking forward to be successful with you. And thank you and your team that is working with our team closely. And yeah, and thank you very much for joining the Volla Community Days. And I think we see us soon. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I thank you. It's really a pleasure to work with you, with the team, and to feel the spirit you have, and it's a great pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So, thank you very much. And so we are now very behind the, but let's, I think, forward. Neuberger is here, Neumeier is here, and are already found or Urban Bird waiting? Not. Okay, so thank you very much for your patience. If you need a drink and something. So let's have a Q&A session together after the presentation of Mr. Neumeier. Alfred Neumeier, right? I need to. He's a leading community developer of the UBports Foundation for Ubuntu Touch, and he prepared for us the stunning new things of Ubuntu. Oh, I'm not in the camera. The new things that we have from Ubuntu. We have Ubuntu Touch Focal, and that is the new really milestone. And yeah, I welcome Mr. Neumeier. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thanks for your patience for waiting. I was and I'm really excited to hear about what's going on in Ubuntu Touch, about the milestone, the future, and it's a strategic decision to provide smartphones with Ubuntu Touch for consumers and for the industry. That's very exciting. And yeah, the stage is yours. That you can tell us what's going on and where the journey is going.
Yeah. So I have prepared a little presentation here as well. So if you allow me to share my screen real quick. There we go. Okay, there we go. So what we have in Ubuntu Touch continues 2004 and beyond, so focal. The agenda is going to start out with a little bit of a history about the project, the transition to 2004 itself, what's going to come after that, and apps and tools that we also have in the App Store already, so past, present, and future, if you will, and how to help us get better and better and make the software and the whole Ubuntu Touch experience as good as it can be. So a little history, short little history introduction. 2013 is when, or was when Ubuntu Touch was announced by Canonical. And the goal was to set out to create one platform for smartphone, tablets, and the desktop. Took them around 3 years until they released 5 devices with their partners. But the year after that, Canonical ended the investment into Ubuntu Touch. And we as the community, the UBports community, which started out as a porting community, took over the development of the operating system itself. 2019 is when UBports Stiftung was officially founded. And since then, we have created and done a lot of things. So new operating system base. We started with 1504. We then migrated over to 1604, and then the very long path to 2004, which I'm going to mention after that. We have gained a few new devices. A lot of them are community projects, but the most profound ones are those from Volla OS System and Volla. So definitely very interesting things that make the whole selection and the choice very important for us. And we've gained a new set of features. Like over the years, we gained NFC, we gained a pre-installed QR code reader, hardware accelerated video decoding in the browser, which is not something that you can easily get from quote unquote traditional desktop Linux. And we have it. We just have it. We also have camera in the browser now, so that you can do your video conferencing from within the browser and many, many other things. So the transition to 2004. It's been a long road. Let's start out with systemd here. So this is a very uninteresting little graphic for most people, I suppose, but it's just to show the complexity of what a system can look like when you have to move over from something that used to be non-systemd to over to something that is systemd based. It took us a lot of time to figure out how to integrate those things. And the very long road with the Android integration was the Android typical device drivers. So mind you, we are reusing the same drivers that Volla OS is using pretty much on Ubuntu Touch, so that the workload is eased for the both of us, so that support for the device is very much easy to get, and that it performs well, right? So the transition to 2004 really started with how to integrate the Android-based drivers, all the drivers that we can get into our system. And it took us a lot of time to figure it out and perfect it, not only to figure it out, but really to make it work as the user expects and make it pop, so to say. And yep, it was a very long road because we also transitioned over to other technologies. We transitioned over to Wayland. We transitioned over the sensor framework to something that is used and shared across all generations of devices that we support. We also changed the way that USB mode setting is handled. And we also had to do a few things regarding desktop mode support, which also is a feature that Ubuntu Touch provides, and that is you plug in your phone into a monitor and it turns into, or you flip a switch basically, and it turns into a desktop. So the one platform for all kinds of devices, Dream, is still there, and it works pretty well, user experience-wise, right? So, and we decided that we will stay on 2004 for a little longer. We will not immediately jump to a newer base, but we want to provide new features. We want to provide customer-grade changes to all the users that expect our phone software to work just how they want it. And that is, we need to complete the transition to Wayland, which means the way that graphics are displayed on the device has changed a bit. For the user, it might not be a big of a change, but for developers, it is. And we can't only care about the users, but we also need to care about the developers so that they provide good software for our platform, right? Applications with background functionality, with background services, is something that we haven't had as extensively as the competitors. But what we would like to have is a user-controllable way to set up and change whether an application is allowed to do things in the background or not. Right now, it doesn't do it. That's first and foremost for the privacy concerned people. That is very important. Applications don't track you in the background. And even if we gain the functionality as a platform, we might as well just disallow a malicious application, should there ever be one, to access background location, background microphone input, whatever it might be, to prevent applications from getting those permissions. Flat out. No permission means the application is just not allowed to do it, period. And we also want to bring the encryption of user data further. So we have a few plans, we have a few experiments. We have experimented a lot regarding encryption on the device, and we will probably base it off of FS script, which means individual files are encrypted rather than the whole operating system, because the whole operating system to be encrypted does not make a lot of sense, and none of the competitors do that by default. So those are just a few things that we would like to bring further with regards to the platform and how we want to base off of 2004 very efficiently and what to provide to the user experience part. Next, we have the applications and tools. So little short introduction to what you can expect should you ever choose to install Ubuntu Touch based on 2004. So we do have a Spotify client called Feudify. We have so that you can access your cloud music. We also have Ghost Cloud, which is just a tiny little application for accessing your Nextcloud files, downloading them, uploading them, and having photo backup. Should you ever be interested in boarding a plane with your phone only, we have passes, which you just import your pass files and just show them off. They have a little QR code potentially, and you go through the terminal like that. We also have a tiny little voice recorder. Should you ever have to do some voice notes for yourself or for others. We have a plant identification application. Isn't that nice? We have something that you can you take a photo of a plant, and it automatically identifies which plant it is. We have IsoDrive. IsoDrive is an application that allows you to install your Linux distributions onto your computer from the phone. So you select an ISO file that you downloaded from the internet, from Ubuntu or from Manjaro or from whoever, whatever distribution you prefer. You plug in your phone into the computer, and then you can start the installation of your most preferred Linux distribution. And lastly, we have two navigation solutions and mapping solutions, should you be interested in that. We have UNav and we have Pure Maps. Both of them work pretty well. They provide different experiences depending on depending on what you expect from navigation software, but they both do navigation pretty well, and I like them personally. So we have many other tools around. We have Jitsi Video, we have file synchronization, we have matrix clients, time tracking, games. We even have some developer tools, like, for example, using Wine and virtual machines on your phone. Yes, actually, you are able to run a full-blown Linux distribution in a virtual machine on Ubuntu Touch. This is unheard of in the industry. You usually can't get that from big tech providers that do it for money. We do it also for money, probably, but also for enjoyment and for having great software that blows the expectations of average Joe users out of the water. So if you are one of those virtual machine Wine developer tool people, you might also find something that is very interesting for your use case. And for those applications that you need that don't have equivalents on Ubuntu Touch, there is Waydroid. Waydroid is an Android application support layer that also works on Ubuntu Touch. It's further developed by the community. It's not supported by the UBports Foundation because it's not our product, it's not our project, but it's supported by the Waydroid community. And we are pretty good friends with the Waydroid community overall. So I think it's in the interest of both parties to provide the best Android support experience to users that occasionally need to do banking on Ubuntu Touch or other things like messaging or other types of applications. And if you want to help us, I just rushed through the whole presentation, but if you want to help us, There are 5 very important links that I would like to point you to. First of all, there's Ubuntu Touch IO. There is the overall information about the project itself. UBports, if you're interested in joining the foundation and doing things for the foundation. If you're interested in our source code, you can go to gitlab.com/UBports, where all of our source code is, almost all of our source code is located nowadays. And we also have, should you be interested in social media, we also have a Twitter and a Mastodon account on UBports or at UBports respectively on the respective platforms. And with that, I do think, yes, that's it. That was pretty much it.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, great to hear that news, and really an impressive evolution of Ubuntu Touch as a real daily driver. And I think now it's really the time to involve you as the audience to ask questions, maybe starting with questions to Ubuntu Touch and then also about Volla to me. Und jetzt ist Zeit wirklich, dass Sie ins Spiel kommen und auch Ihre Fragen stellen dürfen. In Englisch und auch Deutsch ist natürlich willkommen. Und Herr Neumeier kann auch, ja, spricht ja auch Deutsch. Und das ist ja dann auch kein Problem. Und deswegen haben Sie irgendwelche Fragen zu Ubuntu Touch oder vielleicht zu Volla und den Geräten, die wir schon hier beantworten können. Wer will beginnen?
Why is there not one system? I'm not so know not so much about Volla or Ubuntu or Linux, but now I'm hearing 2 systems. And you are starting or you're working at Volla OS. Why are there both systems?
Yeah, why there are both systems. So in our focus group, we learned that people really need for their professional life or for their studies, private life, apps that are published in the app stores of Apple or Google, because most app developers provide their apps there. And that was the main reason to decide to go with an Android-based system. And so it's just a market demand. But we also see, I realized that there's also a market for another alternative, a mobile Linux. And when we started our first crowdfunding campaign, that was validated by all the backers that couldn't wait to get a device in their hands with a pre-installed Ubuntu Touch. I said in my keynote that also Ubuntu Touch is a strategic decision. Because Ubuntu Touch is pretty well prepared for the convergence use case. Maybe you have heard about it. I think the smartphone is more and more a pocket PC somehow, your personal device where you do everything with. And the idea for the future is that you take accessories depending on the task and the software you're using. If you would like to edit a spreadsheet, then you would like to have a keyboard and screen, and then you have something that you need, and then you connect such accessory to your device. This is a convergence use case. I think we are in a state in the market that is comparable to the tablets before Apple has announced the first iPad. Apple was not the first one to introduce the iPad. There was also a kind of tablet from Microsoft, but they really never have been so successful. And in that state, we are regarding the convergence use case. I think it has a future, that you have a central personal hub, and we take as accessories for the recent use case. We have companies like Miraccess, Superbook. They have tried to do so. And with Ubuntu Touch, it's really based on Ubuntu, and they have prepared it. If you attach a screen in a keyboard, you already have that convergence implemented. And you think even beyond this in the future, if you have connected devices in your personal distributed cloud, maybe you have a personal hub that is in the end just your watch, and then if you go outside, you take something that looks like a smartphone, but it's just a touch screen. And if you do, as I said, a spreadsheet, or you would like to see a video, you take maybe something that looks like a tablet. But everything, or if you would like to type something, you take something that looks like a laptop. But it's in real, it's just an accessory, and you have your central processor, your central device. And immediately, what became complicated because of several devices we use in every day, everything becomes so simple immediately, because we don't have the challenge of synchronizing everything. If you take your device, your smartphone, you start typing an email or something, and then you change your PC, you think about synchronization. And Apple invented that technology with the iCloud for that convenience. But then you have a cloud in between that is not trustworthy. So it becomes everything so easy if you rethink the way computers are used and rethink the accessories. And that's the long answer. I think it's a strategic decision to go with Ubuntu Touch, because it has a huge potential to implement a successful convergence use case. And now we see that also we start with business customers. We will hear today someone who can tell you why they are going with our devices, but not with Volla OS, but Ubuntu Touch. Very exciting. Yeah, so that's the reason. We also support other alternative operating systems like Sailfish, but we can't do it officially because the license of Sailfish prevents us to provide devices with pre-installed Sailfish. So Ubuntu Touch is much more liberal. Okay, next questions. Perfect. So we have also, I told you that we have retailers, and I welcome, say hello to the store in Hanover of Found. And they are also selling our devices. Hello, how are you?
Hallo, hi, herzlich willkommen hier bei uns im Phone Store in Hannover. Ich werde euch gleich nochmal einen kleinen Einblick im Gesamten gewähren. Mein Name ist Erkennt, ich bin in der Funktion des Head of Sales hier in dem Unternehmen, und wir sind einer der wenigen Retail-as-a-Service-Anbieter in Deutschland und vertreten viele verschiedene Hersteller, immer im Premium-Segment, immer qualitativ sehr hochwertig, unter anderem aber eben auch die Volla Phones. Und ich gebe euch einmal einen kurzen Einblick in den Store. Wir haben natürlich laufenden Betrieb, aber ich schaue mal, inwieweit das möglich ist. Wir haben die verschiedensten Produkte, verschiedenste Hersteller, unter anderem eben auch ein Auto. Das war ja mal so der Einblick in den Store. Was wir uns zur Aufgabe gemacht haben, ist im Endeffekt, Produkte auf eine gewisse Art und Weise zu präsentieren und sie qualitativ und kompetent und hochwertig zu beraten. Genauso tun wir das mit den verschiedensten Herstellern, den verschiedensten Produkten, und gucken, dass da sozusagen genau die Qualität des Produkts auch an den Mann gebracht wird und die Gäste hier vor Ort Produkte selbst testen können und die Wertigkeit selbst in Erfahrung bringen können. Ich zeige euch einmal die Präsentation der Volla Phones, wenn das möglich ist.
2 verschiedene Modelle?
Genau, es gibt 3 verschiedene Modelle. Genau. Das wäre jetzt einmal nur kurz und knapp die Präsentation. Wir müssen natürlich schauen, dass wir keine Gesichter zeigen. Und genau, ganz liebe Grüße aus Hannover. Und gibt es Fragen? Kann ich euch irgendwas beantworten? Möchtet ihr irgendwas über uns wissen?
Habt auch immer Beratung vor Ort und ich glaube, das gilt hier und auch in Posthausen.
Absolut
Das
richtig.
ist, glaube ich, in der Nähe von Bremen. Für diejenigen, die online zuhören, da kann man euch auch finden.
Okay, genau, es ist genau so. Also hier in Hannover ist unser Flagship-Store, ist die Zentrale für alle Standorte. Wir haben mittlerweile 6 Standorte in den verschiedensten Städten, unter anderem aber eben auch in Posthausen. Im Dodenhof ist ein riesen Shopping-Center und dort sind die Volla Phones auch vertreten bei uns auf der Fläche. Das, was bei uns eben der wichtigste Punkt ist, ist eben immer die Beratung. Wir sind auf die Produkte, die wir hier haben, bis ins Detail geschult und sorgen eben dafür, dass all diese Informationen zu dem Produkt, gerade bei beratungsintensiven Produkten, eben auch genauso an den Gast gebracht werden, ohne dass er sich selbst groß auf die Suche nach Infos machen muss, weil dafür sind wir im Endeffekt da und als Retail-as-a-Service-Anbieter bieten wir da auch den großen Mehrwert für die Hersteller, da diese Beratungszahlen und die Infos immer im System festgehalten werden und somit auch transparent für die Hersteller einsehbar sind. Und genau.
Perfekt. Ja, vielen Dank für die großartige Zusammenarbeit. Dann schönen Gruß an die Kollegen in Hannover.
Sehr, sehr gerne.
Dann noch einen erfolgreichen Samstag. Das ist hier immer der beste Tag. Da will ich
Richtig. Ich wünsche euch allen nur das Beste.
Fragen noch zu Ubuntu Touch oder Volla? Ja?
Regarding mobile device management and Ubuntu Touch, you mentioned that there will be some solution, but so what's the current state on that?
Ja, es gibt, so there is also one, I need to really look in my notes. There's also one existing MDM solution for Linux devices that can be also used for mobile Linux. This is also commercially licensed MDM, but it's also partly published as open source. And for Headwind MDM, the good news is that all the APIs are public, and so we could implement such a client app for Ubuntu Touch that receives the commands of the centralized MDM. Also wir haben eben einmal, es gibt einen, da muss ich mal nachschauen, wie der heißt. Ich habe es leider nicht im Kopf. Es gibt einen Hersteller, der wirklich explizit für Linux Betriebssysteme, auch dann mobile Linux Betriebssysteme, das mobile Gerätemanagement-Verwaltung anbietet. Und für Headwind MDM, weil es ja quelloffen ist und die Schnittstellen offen liegen, müsste eigentlich hier nur das Gegenstück zu der zentralen Verwaltung, also dann geschrieben werden. Ich denke, das ist eine Sache, die sich sehr gut umsetzen ließe, weil man ja auch, man fängt erstmal mit den wesentlichen Dingen an und wird dann auch beim Kiosk-Modus enden. Ja, das ist der Status. Also out of the box, ich glaube, das ist etwas, was dann lizenzpflichtig ist. Und für MDM, das lizenzfreie, gibt es auch verschiedene Stufen. Da müsste man sozusagen den Client, die App auf Ubuntu Touch entwickeln.
Aber ist das schon fest eingeplant?
Das wird uns einholen. Ich denke mal, sagen wir das so. Also das ist eine Sache, das ist eine Notwendigkeit, wenn wir im Unternehmensumfeld tätig sind. Es gibt im Moment sehr interessante Entwicklungen, weil das Land Niedersachsen und Schleswig-Holstein, ich glaube, Thüringen ist auch auf dem Weg, die komplette öffentliche Verwaltung auf quelloffene Software umzustellen. Das spart Steuern, wäre ja mal was Neues. Und das würde natürlich auch bedeuten, dass mobile Geräte dann, da werden wir praktisch der einzige Anbieter, auch mit Ubuntu Touch laufen. Und dann werden diese Themen wirklich virulent. So mobile device management for Ubuntu Touch, I definitely expect that will be necessary requirement as soon companies will roll out Ubuntu Touch in their companies or organizations. We have in Germany 2 countries or 2 or 3 countries that decided to switch from closed software to open source software for all the public domain, I would say. And this is a huge opportunity for Ubuntu Touch, because we are almost alone to offer that as a German vendor. We have a PinePhone in USA, and we have also Purism in USA that offer pre-installed Linux distributions.
We do have another question from the chat. You mentioned a new system-wide font on Volla OS 12. What font is it? What is its name?
What was it?
Exciting for a few people in the room.
It is. What is the name? It's. I think it is Noto Sans. I think. And it's very clean and crisp. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's. I think it's Noto or a kind of Noto. Yeah, and we also pre-installed other system fonts. It's Celavik that's still available as a choice, and we have the third one is. Let me peek what it is. But the main is notice it's very clean, very easy to read, and very modern. So that's the reason why we have chosen it. And for the display, you can also choose, Celavik and Poppins is also available. Poppins is very modern. It's also very clean and very strong, bold variants. It's also very nice, but it's your taste.
Another question from the chat. Is UBports planning to port Lomiri to Qt6? I guess that's going in towards Mr. Neumeier.
Right. So there are certainly plans to bring things over to Qt6 in the long run. Right now, we're using Qt5, which still has a long-term supported release out there, so we can still make use of it. But there are certain roadblocks. There is the UI toolkit, our custom UI toolkit that draws the buttons and the text input fields and stuff like that. They need to be adapted. The layer that makes sure that applications give us their window contents and that we can, display those window contents, the Qt mirror layer, so to say, that needs to change a bit. And with that, we are pretty set to create something based on Qt6. But we need some help for that. So really, if you are interested in that, seeing that accelerated, seeing a higher rate in development towards that goal, then please get in touch with us through the resources I mentioned earlier, through Telegram, or contact us on Twitter, and let's see what we can do. Because I personally would also like to see it, because I'm a Qt guy.
Weitere Fragen?
I wanted to ask whether there are any plans to do microphones. I wanted to ask whether there are plans concerning mainline kernels and Ubuntu Touch. Is there something planned by the UBports Foundation?
Yeah, maybe some of our developers.
Mr. Neumeier is not.
We do. In fact, there are no plans because they are already there. Ubuntu Touch itself does not require Halium. It does not require Android drivers. it does not require anything that is provided by Android. It just depends on manufacturing and driver developers doing what they want to do. And if they don't want a mainline-based device out there with Ubuntu Touch, then we can't do it. So with mainline, we have, for example, the Pine devices as examples, how it looks like, how even with 2004 by now. And Halium is still, personally, in my personal opinion and in the opinion of many others who work with that, is still the best way to gain the functionality quickly. Mainline development really takes a lot of time, and we as a distribution vendor, so to say, a Linux OS vendor, we care about the user experience. We care about the platform. What drivers it runs on is not interesting to us because it runs on both. So it just works.
Our developer, Mr. Kettonen, also had made some experiments. And maybe Mr. Okrenkov, if he's here, he can say something about mainline kernel. So because the kernel version of x23 is high, or it's quite higher than before, also the Volla Phone 22. Yeah, there are already experiments also from our sides for a mainline kernel on Volla phones, but it will be more difficult. So I think it's not too difficult to implement the features that you know from a PC, but if it becomes if you want to implement the mobile phone features like phone calls and all that kind of stuff, it becomes more complicated. I'm not sure whether Mr. Okrenkov is here. Who can, yeah, you can maybe tell a little bit about that.
So as does it work now?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. As Mr. Neumeyer had thought, Ubuntu Touch itself does not depend on Halium. It can work with mainline kernel, but the main problem is that we need phone-specific drivers from either manufacturer or from Linux community, and it takes a very long time to develop support for a particular device in mainline kernel. So we treat Halium as a current stopgap. It's possible to put a mainline also on Volla phones, as Dr. Verso said, but it's currently only in a very, very basic state when you have display, some USB connectivity, SD card storage.
No
No.
SD card and no storage.
Okay.
But you have touch screen on Volla Phone 22.
Okay, so very basic feature set. And the problem is that by the time you implement mainline support for a specific device, the device may become obsolete, honestly.
Yeah.
So it's something we would like to pursue, but it's not.
Yeah,
we can do it at the moment.
It's so many source code to implement drivers.
So as for Volla X23, what we have there is that the downstream kernel is very recent. So we have 5.10 kernel. I think it might be possible to forward port the kernel drivers to a more recent Linux kernel if someone wanted to. It won't be mainline kernel anyway. It will be a more recent downstream kernel, but if someone really wants to have latest and greatest Linux, it should be possible to do it.
Thanks. Okay. Someone else? Not? Okay.
Just one quick. Concerning multi-boot, is it possible to have it like with one push coming in the future?
It's a good question. I so currently it's like boot camp of Apple. You need to restart the device and select the operating system. Maybe he's the guy who is the master behind multi-boot, or one of that masters. Maybe Mr. Panio can say whether it's possible to switch on the fly. I think it's hard.
Well, there is no real possibility because actually the multi-boot works in the way that you choose and operate the operating system, and based on that, its kernel and RAM disk is booted. And after it's loaded and after you executed kernel, you cannot really change kernel. it should be possible on your desktop systems using CACSAG, which actually executes new kernel from old kernel, but that's not the case on modern mobile platforms.
What is a difference is if you use Ubuntu Touch in Android, you can use Ubuntu Touch apps next to Android apps, but it's has some limitations. It works pretty well. And this is maybe also an alternative you can think about. Yeah.
So technically, it could be also possible to run Ubuntu Touch alongside Android, especially if you have KVM, so like a virtual machine on your desktop. It is just that it requires further work and hasn't been done yet. But it's an interesting idea if someone wanted to look into it. So you basically can run two operating systems alongside each other, and in this case, Android will be the host, and Ubuntu Touch will boot as virtual machine guest.
Yeah, so it could, yeah.
Actually, in such case, an interesting idea might be to have a specific host operating system created only to host other operating systems, and to have containers for all your operating systems.
Yeah, that was exactly a research project we applied for in the last years, but unfortunately, it wasn't granted. The German government ran out of money, but that was exactly the idea, together with SAP and other companies and universities, to have a kind of host operating system, and on that host operating system, several guest operating systems running, and you could switch instantly. The research requirement for that was how to decide and manage which of the operating system has the resources to receive and make calls. That was one of the use cases. So you need to decide what what they share and consume. And the University of Hanover and Mannheim, they are working on that kind of stuff. So this is, I think that is not that project idea, but it's not started yet. That was a very interesting idea, and the idea was also to simplify somehow the hardware abstraction, so that we have a hosting operating system, and other operating system can easily use that hardware abstraction, or so it's similar to the idea of Docker containers. That it should be such easy to deploy an operating system, mobile operating system, like a Docker container. So that's an interesting idea, and I think it's not dead, and maybe you can join that research project. That consortium started to apply for funding for the German government, but there's also still an idea to get the European funding company. So that could be interesting. Also, as you also come from the European Union. Yeah, thanks. Do we have? Hat sich noch jemand gemeldet? Ja, da vorne. Ja?
Of regards of batteries on cell phones, some can be a real bear. Are the newer phones that are coming out, are these going to be able to be replaced by the consumer or not?
Yeah. So every of the devices, a Volla Phone. This is, where do we have a Volla Phone? This is just mine. Yeah, it's quite easy to put this back case away. And the benefit of it is also that you have 3 slots. So you have the 2 SIM slots, and you have 1 SD card slot. If you have a sledge from the side, usually you need to decide between 2 SIMs or 1 SIM and 1 SD card. And so you can easily exchange it, and it snaps back such easy. And for the Volla Phone, this is a rugged waterproof device, but you need to a bit power. You can also put it up. You see here the line. It's gummi. I don't know how it's in English. Rubber. Yeah. Thanks. And you have also here one SIM card, the second SIM card, and the SD card up to 1 terabyte, so enough for your photos. And this device is prepared with an eSIM module. So many things to tell. So we already have a beta version to activate this eSIM. Could be very interesting for the US market to easily change and deploy SIM cards on it. I wasn't able yet. So that is also because we need, and this eSIM, then you press it here, maybe with a towel or something, you take care that every sticks are on the place. And and the eSIM could be activated with a QR code. That, by the way, that's also a hidden feature of that new device. Yeah, you can replace it. And we also offer the replacement batteries in our store, but I expect that this is not necessary. They are active for many years. But it's interesting because you have more space for the slots. I think this is more interesting. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So energy consumption. Thanks. Hey, a question concerning energy consumption. It could be both, I guess, Ubuntu and Volla, because I've seen somewhere, I can't remember where any longer, but I saw it was like 80% less energy consumption with the Volla phones.
Yeah, so they have the Volla OS. Volla phone compared to a stock Android phone has less power consumption for sure, because you don't have running the Google Play Store, or the Google Play services, I mean, in the background always, and that takes consumption. We had a consumer who measured the data transfer, and it's 80% less data that is exchanged on a Volla phone with Volla OS than with a stock Android. And that saves energy. And this is real sustainability.
Yes.
Real because if you don't use a device, the computer centers all the time for useless calculation, that also saves a lot of energy. You know that computer centers of the cloud have an energy consumption of small cities.
Yeah.
So, and this is something that is forgotten in the discussion about sustainability of that devices.
Absolutely.
Another, by the way, we are talking about sustainability. Another argument for the Volla phones is that we plan to have a long-term support with updates for that devices. And there's no need to buy a new one after a couple of years.
Yes, yes.
If you buy some device in the supermarket, you get 2 years major updates, and that's it. And we would do it much longer. And for Ubuntu Touch, maybe you can confirm that I think you provide even updates for BQ phones that are not on the market yet anymore.
Well, they're not anymore. So with 2004, we had to unsupport those, so to say. But the older devices, one of the oldest devices we support is the 2016 Sony one, Xperia one. So that one is very, very seasoned, to say the least. And but regarding power consumption, remember the talk earlier about background services and the user being able to turn them off. So with applications running in the background and transferring data, wasting CPU cycles, etc., wasting battery life, this can also be controlled by the user with the proposal that we have for Ubuntu Touch itself. So that an application, should the user decide very consciously to not do things in the background, that the application will not use data battery, CPU, RAM, whatever in the background. So that should give you still the same like experience that you were expecting, or are you that the experience that you are expecting nowadays from Ubuntu Touch, while still providing as much functionality as the user wants. So I think we're very well positioned doing that.
Yeah.
We have another shop. Erleben is
And then we start lunch. So, Bert, hello. Hello to Munich.
Hallo to
Hello
von
to
Community.
Munich. How are you?
Hier from Munich. Ich werde auch auf Deutsch sprechen. Ja, wir sind hier in unserem Showroom, Bird Showroom in den Riemarkaden. Ebenfalls Retail as a Service mit vielen spannenden Produkten. Angefangen von Elektromobilität natürlich, Lifestyle-Produkten bis hin zu Fitnessgeräten, die natürlich irgendwie auch besonders smart sind. Das heißt, auch bei uns können sich natürlich die Leute jederzeit Zeit nehmen für das Produkt. Jedes Produkt hat auch den richtigen Platz und auch das Umfeld, um richtig wirken zu können. Und ja, ich zeige euch jetzt vielleicht einfach mal ganz kurz so ein bisschen den Store. So, schauen wir mal. Ich hoffe, man kann das jetzt alles sehen und ich hoffe auch, man kann mich gut verstehen. So, jetzt hier einfach mal auch so ein bisschen durch. So. Also auch wirklich, wie man sieht, viel Fläche, viel Freiraum, nicht Produkte aneinander gestapelt, also wirklich was Besonderes, wo man eben Product Experience wieder erleben kann. Und hier haben wir dann auch eben unsere Volla Phones aufgebaut. Ebenfalls zwei Modelle, das 22er und das X. Leider noch nicht das X23, das erwarten wir nächste Woche. Aber freuen uns schon drauf und sind schon sehr gespannt. Ja, und wünschen euch auf jeden Fall noch weiterhin eine gute Zeit und viel Spaß in den Community Days. Und ja, vielleicht bis zum nächsten Mal.
Bis zum nächsten Mal. Danke.
Also dann, macht es gut. Tschüss.
Ciao, ciao. So, und jetzt machen wir die Mittagspause und wir haben uns ein bisschen was ausgedacht. Volla ist ja wirklich, wie ich heute sagte, ein bisschen mehr als Technik. Und deswegen werde ich jetzt... Ach ja, der Herr Neumeier. Vielen Dank, ja. Vielen Dank. Wir wollen uns natürlich auch... Vielen Dank, dass Sie dabei waren.
Dankeschön, ebenso.
Und dass Sie sich die Zeit genommen haben, Fragen zu beantworten. Und vielen Dank für Ihren Einsatz. Da muss ja den Ubuntu Touch, das ist meistens der Einsatz von Leuten, die das in ihrer Freizeit machen. Wie groß ist die Community? Wie viele Developer?
Developer haben wir vielleicht in etwa so um die 5 bis 7, 8, würde ich jetzt grob schätzen. Die alle, je nachdem, wie sie mitentwickeln, wie sie entweder bezahlt oder nicht bezahlt werden, halt in ihrer eigenen Geschwindigkeit laufen. Und ja, es ist aber ein sehr interessante Mischung aus verschiedenen Personen, die alle an einem Strang ziehen. Das macht sehr viel Spaß zuzusehen und mitzumachen vor allem. Also sollte sich irgendjemand dafür interessieren.
Für einen Beitrag. Großartiges Produkt und ich hoffe, wir sehen uns dann auch mal persönlich.
Natürlich, würde mich freuen.
Schönes Wochenende. Danke.
Ebenso.
Tschüss. Seien Sie herzlich gegrüßt. Sie sind Frau? Skiroski? Roski. Ja, gut. Ja, let's see. Ja. So, bevor wir beginnen mit der Mittagspause, ich denke, es ist ein bisschen was für die Seele, ein bisschen was zum Entspannen. Und Frau Roski und Frau Funk, manche kennen Frau Funk vielleicht auch vom Kundendienst. Sie ist auch in unserem Unternehmen aktiv. Und sie haben uns etwas vorbereitet. Ja, du kannst uns sagen, was.
Der Dienstwürdige von Schädewil.
Okay, dann freue ich mich. Ach, warte, Augenblick. Da mache ich mal eben hier dran. Darf man das oder schlagt ihr um? Gut.
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
and discuss and share ideas. That to violinists, thank you very much for being here. Mrs. Funk, what can you say? What will you present?
The blonde, you can count it.
Okay. Mike, I will put it here. Can I do? großartigen Beitrag. So, das ist doch eine schöne Einstimmung, finde ich, in den Nachmittag. Und es geht immer mehr als um reine Technologie. Es geht darum, wie wir leben, wie wir Kultur miteinander teilen, wie wir miteinander umgehen. Und das ist weg vom Digitalen. Und so ist auch unser Volla Phone gemacht mit Volla OS. Auch dieser Gedanke, nicht das Smartphone ständig herauszuholen und wieder die Präsenz zu spüren, das, was wirklich wichtig ist und was real ist. So thank you very much for coming back. I think it was a good inspiration for that afternoon that Volla is beyond technology. It's about culture, how we deal together, that we remember and remind what's important, what's essential, that what is the real world, the real people we are communicating. That is important, and I'm very glad that you are back and that we have guests from Denmark, from our neighbors. And that's very nice. And you and Linux Nordic is for me also a motivation to grow and enter the Nordic market. I like very much the Nordic countries. Hopefully, I have looking forward to the next occasion to have my vacation there.
Oh yes,
Nordic countries.
Yeah.
So I like the forest, the lakes, and whether it's in Norway or Denmark or Finland. So I love that area. So I'm happy that we have that partner. And you may start with introducing yourself, Linux Nordic, and then we talk a little bit what you are doing.
Yes.
And then for sure you have the ability to ask questions.
Yes.
So your stage.
Yeah.
Let's start.
Hello, guys. It's a bliss. It's a blessing to be here. We are so happy to be in Germany. The travel has been awesome. Country, people, food, everything so far has been perfect. We were out in the old city yesterday, had some really nice food. Last night we were at this Balkan restaurant here, also some great food. And so this started with me getting to know Dr. Jörg Wurzer. He's been so incredibly kind and forthcoming from, I would say, first second I met him. So it's just been awesome to like get to know him and you guys in Volla. And now it's such a pleasure to like see all of you other guys as well with you know, these bright ideas, bright solutions and products. So as well as Jörg, my background is also from philosophy. So I was always into freedom philosophy. So my doctoral thesis, for instance, was investigating this French-Algerian philosopher, Jacques Derrida. He talks a lot about how differences are multiplied by itself in our language even. So I had a thesis which was about like shaking the house of science, but also having a science of shaking the house. So it was called solicitation of science and science of solicitation. So it didn't work out quite well because, as you know, the universities, they are more and more commercialized, right? So I describe myself as a failed philosopher on my LinkedIn profile. But as I said, I started to get this idea of open source back in 2018-19, and I started to notice certain trends. So it's a growing critique of the main actors. It is the hardware manufacturers are getting better and better and better. The software producers are getting better and better and better. So I kind of observed 3, 4, 5 trends So in 22, I decided to launch Linux Nordic, and I quickly actually got in contact with Jörg.
1 second.
Yes.
Because we have a slide on this.
Yeah.
So if we
Yeah.
quickly introduce ourselves,
Yeah.
when we arrive there,
Yeah.
I want to hear this story.
Yeah.
I'm going to add to your introduction. I'm saying, hello, my name is Chris. I'm Canadian, lived in Denmark 25 years. I met him through like-mindedness in December last year, and it's gone so fast. We are here together, and it just shows what synergy and community and drive and ambition can do in a small 4 to 5 month period. And now Linux Nordic has begun. We're missing our third leg. We love our salesperson. Not even going to mention his name necessarily. You'll find out all about him when the time is right. But he's also an integral part of this journey.
Yes.
And I would like to just add to the fact that we are very excited. Yes. We are at the very cusp of technology. We are at the very cusp of paradigm shifting mentalities on Earth. I think that the energy that we bring to this is almost enough to spread this out quickly and effectively.
Yeah.
And with that, we will introduce Linux Nordic. And we have to give Jörg the credit for giving us a great title for our presentation.
We loved it immediately.
Yeah, loved it immediately. And for those of you who know Linux, of course, Linux is at the core of this company. But at the same time,
open source.
Open source is really the core. So we might say that includes telephones, it includes laptops, it includes all things that have a human interface. Us.
Yeah.
We are open source.
Yeah.
And you'll learn that as we go forward. Let's just quickly go forward to open source squared.
Yes.
And what we mean by that is that it's open source through everything, through the way we run the organization, through the products that we bring in, the way we think, and it's really, really an important core value of Linux Nordic.
Yes.
So please continue. Yeah. And when we arrive on the slide where we talk about you founding this, then so I'll just sit down. You stay standing.
I might float away sometimes, so it's good to have you here. Yeah.
I'm going to keep, and we're going to make it short because we know we have a lot of people on the books. So
with this, it's like in second potency, it means that we should have open source like multiplying, because open source, not only in technology, like we say, but in all matters. As I said, I'm a philosopher. That's open source, basically. It's, you can look into the source, you can develop it, you can share it as you'd like, and that's the way it should be, because that's the way the best ideas come forth. So when our societies are getting more and more like digitalized, it's super, super important that the infrastructure and the devices also keep in touch with that actually age-old philosophy. Open source is super old, really, but we need it also coming back for full in all ways of tech.
Yes. So just to continue what you were saying, right? You were addressing that you started to see an increased criticism of dominant actors.
Yeah.
A growing selection of Linux hardware, which means more choice. An increased focus on the interaction. One of the major issues has been when Apple came out and they succeeded so much, everybody talked about a focus on user interaction. And of course, since then, we realized that user interaction is paramount for adoption. It needs to be easy, it needs to be friendly, and it needs to be understandable.
Yeah.
So Linux started to actually come there, if you know what I mean. It might be harder to start a company like this if user interaction wasn't a focus of Linux.
Yeah.
And then there was, of course, the absence of Linux distributors.
Yeah.
So there were no other there was no competition.
No. And so I thought the time has come to make, like we said, open source squared. So it means also making open source devices easily accessible to everyone. Because open source has been deployed like everywhere, but not us, because we are looked at as objects, like products.
We are the product.
So the idea here with Linux Nordic is to try and find the best manufacturers, have some good deals with them, and try and make those good products as easily accessible as possible. So we are starting in Copenhagen. We will be starting in Sweden next year, also Poland. Then comes Norway and the rest of the Nordic countries. So it includes Finland, Iceland, Åland, even if it's small. So Faroe, but all the Nordic.
But that's coming
Poland
as well. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Next slide.
Too fast.
What is open source to Linux Nordic? You just mentioned this, but we didn't get to.
I'm ahead of myself.
You're ahead of yourself, but it's great because you're saying all the right things.
Yeah.
But again, from hardware to firmware to software, access to new products, safe, transparent. It is the future. I'll just move on right away because you're still ahead of me.
So we're.
And 1 second, read this slide first. What are we talking about now? Our mission.
Yeah.
Robin.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
What is our mission in Linux Nordic? Let's just quickly read this. We strive to restore and democratize the public square, place the power back in the hands of the user, give choice back to the consumer, and offer a path for society to regain its faith in privacy, data, technology, and computing.
That's also a mission for us. Trying to with good players like you, cooperate and try to secure the public sphere again.
Yeah.
Because that has been taken over.
That's exactly it. Yeah. And people are losing faith, and they're feeling overwhelmed, and they're feeling powerless, and there is nothing we can do about it. And there's these apps, and that thing is doing this, but I have to do. My kids need this anyway, and I have to be on Twitter. So people sacrifice their ability to decide for convenience, and we can hopefully give people both the power to decide and convenience, and the ability to engage in society without sacrificing the most important thing.
Okay, so we have just showed. So we have this great cooperation with Volla.
1 second.
And
first, we're not there yet. We're coming to Volla. But first, about Denmark, very interesting stuff. There's 5 billion euros industry in Denmark a year in mobile telephones. We have a small country. In a country of 6 million people, there's 8 million subscriptions. So that's quite interesting as well. And Denmark is a leader in 5G, which presently covers 99% of the country. We'll address 5G in another slide. I'm just going to move on. Yeah. Now you wanted to talk about Volla's coming up. And one of the new partnerships that Linux Nordic is going into is with this CK Hutchinson Holdings Limited. They have, as you can see here, one of the world's largest service providers. They have what's called 3 mobile. Do you have that in Denmark or in Germany? 3 as a regular. Yeah. Well, 3 mobile has 15% of the market share in Denmark. So it's not everything, but they have, in my opinion, the best coverage, and it's only growing.
Yeah, and we were lucky to.
Sorry. Microphone. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we had the great opportunity to have a deal with the 3 mobile.
Right here.
No, I have to tell this story.
Okay, go ahead.
So because 3 mobile is super important also for Volla. We have a deal now where after the summer we will be able to exhibit all 4 models.
That's coming
across 30 stores. And that's just the start, and we will be able to offer our customers subscriptions for business customers, but also regular customers.
Yeah, so
that means a lot because that gives Volla a stamp that it is fully compatible with the Danish mobile market, actually. So they were very satisfied with the testing we had. So this starts up for full after the summer.
You can speak more into that if you like. Yeah. So as you just said, these are actually general locations of the 30 retail shops in Denmark. I think in the start we'll have 3 phones in each shop.
4.
4. Okay. To begin with, that's a lot of telephones,
and a lot of people being exposed to something they've never seen before. Luckily, we saw some of your other vendors. It was great. The VOM shop and the other mall we saw. And so here in Germany, you've already got these devices out. People have maybe felt them and touched them and been aware of them. That's not the case in Denmark. So we're really, really excited to be the ones to bring it there and impress people by stuff like you did, pulling off the back and showing you here's your battery. That's pretty neat. I think people are going to be quite affected by that kind of technology they didn't think was possible. I'm just going to jump to the next slide.
Yeah.
And so, so in lieu of that, the sale of Volla can reach new heights, I think, in the Nordics.
We believe this year, and we also are hiring a bigger sales force, and also the apparatus beneath it to make the sales personnel succeed. So all of that you will probably hear about later.
And as it says here,
later this year.
By next year, we'll have hired 47 account managers traveling around Scandinavia and Poland, and we'll be seen on buses and trains in business publications like we have our financial newspaper and cinema. And actually, we're not talking about our cinema partner, but the reason we say cinema showings is because we are on the cusp of signing this multiple hundred computer deal with an open source cinema company that puts games in before the movie starts that people can hook up to. They're in 9 or 10 different countries. And so it's going to be a very nice partnership for us to be able to get Volla Phone advertisements into cinema through other partners. It's looking really, really bright, so much so that it's sometimes a little hard to believe that we're so lucky to be part of this community. Let me just jump forward to you, Robin. Yeah, so continue.
Yeah, so here we are definitely trying to work towards government, so business to business, but also business to government. So we are right now we have good contacts in the Danish state IT office, but also across municipalities. So we are starting to develop and describe possible solutions with computers, among them Tuxedo computers, but also Volla phones will be included. So right now there are a couple employees in the Danish state IT office. They are testing some of these Volla phones. So it's going to be really interesting to see what they're coming back with.
There's something really interesting. The next slide is kind of exciting, and it's about schools. And I learned a little bit about GDPR from your presentations. I was not aware that most companies aren't aware that they're not complying to GDPR at the moment. When that becomes aware, there's going to be a flood of need on the market. We want to be established to be able to tackle it right away. You're going to be getting calls for so many devices that you're going to have to open up a new factory. Gigaset's going to have to expand, you know. So I'll just jump ahead to that slide right there. New rules. That is that we find out recently that the Danish government has banned Google Chromebooks from being used in the school systems.
Yeah, it's a huge scandal, and the criticism is just growing.
Yeah.
So it's like, and also parents, the day they realize that these systems have been spying relentlessly on their kids, you know, people are really getting enraged by this.
Yeah.
So Chromebooks have been stopped in several places. So we are looking for some alternatives to Chromebooks.
Yeah.
So more on that later. But that's definitely also one area which is super important because we are talking about kids. I mean they are kids, and what we have allowed happen to them in our schools is just not acceptable in any way.
And what happens when the parents realize, oh, well, the tablets and the Chromebooks were doing it, what are my kids' phones doing?
Yeah.
And then suddenly it's like, can we also fix the phone situation? I mean, it's just exciting. It's just exciting, okay? So this is just a quick map, new frequencies. This is the coverage of 5G in Denmark. And an optional, we heard you talk about coming developments. Keeping it optional will be a great idea. I personally want to stick with 4G, but the need will be there. And
the need will be there.
In order for us to really break through, there will be a lot of demand for this kind of thing. But the cool thing about these Volla phones is that you're probably able to make it optional, make it.
We would like that optional, yeah.
Because most of the phones that are rolling out with 5G, people using don't have a clue what the difference is. They just see a 5G, great, whatever, the newest of the new. They're not aware of what the differences are. Check. So in that sense, something optional like that could be very interesting, just to help people become more aware. It's like, what frequency would I rather my phone be receiving, and being able to upgrade or downgrade accordingly. You know?
Yeah.
So that's very interesting as well.
We have talked about that, right? So, but optional is really what we are looking for. Optional. Yeah.
So why Volla? Well, Linux Nordic wants and will have with Volla phones the ability to infiltrate this monopoly. You know? And I guess you all feel that's the same thing. You're probably going. You can see that there's a need now growing. Maybe 3 years ago we would not have been able to.
Yeah, absolutely.
But awareness is on our doorstep, and that means that if we have these phones better than other phones, cooler than other phones, more powerful, more fun. It's almost the same technique Tesla used when they came out with the car. And thought, okay, we need to make electric cars sexy, or they're not going to. Nobody cares about the Nissan Leaf, you know. So in that sense, and in the same sense, these phones are sexy. They can't. We can't compete. We have to understand the human condition. The human condition is it's got to be great. We can't ask them to do something else and give them an inferior product. Luckily, Volla phones is not that choice. Right? That's brilliant. And so we'll be running campaigns for awareness. We plan to go fully educational with Linux Nordic. We want to have a school page, Linux School. How do I transition from my iPhone to my Volla phone? I'm a graphic designer. How do I edit films on a Linux computer? We want to be able to have all these questions answered. We want to be able to have tutorials. We're going to build this over the next 1.5 to 2 years, so that we are a one-stop shop for all things Volla, Linux,
open source.
Yeah. And so, of course, how are we going to do that? This is our strategy. We're going to grow awareness of a third alternative. We're going to build relationships with key actors. We're going to use social media to direct the debate on solution-oriented, because social media is all about complaining and blaming. Social media is very, very, very not often solution-oriented.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Introduce the public to this product they didn't even know they needed, but they do. We're going to encourage transparency and active participation. That's the beauty of open source. Everybody's involved. It's a huge community of open source developers and testers, and exploit the features that you've got. Great hardware, great software, sustainability, changeable batteries. Address the increased demand for Linux. Educate and expose the dangers of closed source. Of course, did you know your kids were being photographed every 5th second? Look at this infrared video. You know, and focus on security and economy.
Yeah, we really much like this right to repair principle. Like we talked about also 80% less battery consumption and the easiness of repairing stuff. So this is really great news, because more and more people are growing aware of those aspects as well. And I think when it comes to this green debate, it's as if no one is talking about what you can do on the IT and mobile phone side, but it's actually a lot of stuff to be gained, precisely with hardware like Volla phones and Tuxedo computers. So we know that this green argument will be effectful eventually. But again, as you say, we need to be really present, active at social media to to make this come true, because most people, they don't know that there is a good third alternative, but we have decided we will succeed with this because the products are already so incredibly well done. So the only thing lacking is good marketing, good communication, and some good sales force. So that's kind of the easiest part. I mean, the main work has been done. Now the last to like bring it out to all of us.
Yeah. Beautiful. The last slide is our contact information. I want to please ask all of you to take a sticker, think about us, cross your fingers for us, put your heart and soul and energy into this. And from Germany and Denmark and all around the world, we will feel it. It's going to help. I believe in energy. Take this with you home. We made these stickers only for this. We didn't buy these for nothing. We don't want to take them home with us again. Okay? So take a sticker and a visit card if you want. And thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Great. Questions first.
Yes. I really appreciate what you were sharing, and I'm really inspired by it. Perhaps something for the Netherlands, the Benelux.
Absolutely.
So we will.
Benelux is our next.
So we will in contact. But what I'm questioning is about privacy, open source. I think it is a beautiful concept and idea. But how does it relate to Facebook marketing, social media marketing? I don't like these sources, but we probably need some of these sources. So what are your thoughts about relation open source philosophy and, for example, Facebook?
Yeah, well, you could say fight fire with fire, but also, I mean, lots of people are already present on social media. So I believe we will need to be there, though we hate the concept of Facebook. We don't support it at all, but we need to reach out to people. So like Linux Nordic, we are at LinkedIn, Pinterest, Twitter, also Facebook and Instagram. So
do you offer then also alternative channels for people that want to follow you and don't want an account on Big Tech?
You see, that's a good
Mastodon and all decentralized.
Yeah, so we have lots to do, but we are setting up at least a newsletter.
Okay.
So you can find it through our web shop later. We will.
Because I understand it, and it's very logical that you use, of course, the big tech social media to reach the mass. But on the other side, for newbies that wants to follow your initiative and 100%. Don't want to have an account on the big tech.
Absolutely.
We must have accounts on both sides. We have to be engaged in all of these alternatives as well, 100%. But one thing that we know is that the largest work we're going to have to do is in the mass social media. Most of these using alternatives probably already have a Linux computer or a Volla phone. So we need to really focus on the lacking part of society if we want to get that what do you call critical mass, that part where we go over the lip and it starts to spread itself, you know. So that will be the focus in the beginning, while we have business to business accounts which are covering the costs and the economy with schools and stuff. Then we're going to do the business to customer first on mass social media. But of course, there's no reason why we don't also have normal accounts on all of the other channels. We need to get.
I mean, not all, but for example, on I follow Volla and all the news via Mastodon and not via Twitter. They have a Twitter account, but they have also a bridge to Mastodon. I believe in that way, it's easy for people also to follow.
The message, Robert?
Yeah, absolutely. But we can't do it all at once.
As you can ask him, he knows also the right alternatives.
He's disappointed that you've.
I can confirm. So it's also my experience that we need to go where the people are, where they are listening. I have worked 15 years as a journalist. I have worked 15 years as a journalist, so I know that business. And still for our marketing, most important part is the press, unfortunately, the leading press. And so if in Germany, for instance, Bild-Zeitung or Süddeutsche Zeitung are publishing an article about our devices, and next day I'm happy as an entrepreneur to look at the dashboard of the shop, right?
Yeah.
So you immediately the impact. And regarding social media, well, we use all the channels where the people are. You can discuss with Ms. Wiedenhoff. She's the expert to say what's going on in social media. My impression, feeling is that Facebook becomes dead.
Yeah.
So you can say people between 14 and 16, maybe more older than 15 are there. But because they have used to do so, but it loses meaning. Instagram is still, well, a lot of consumers. Twitter became more interesting in my point of view by the new CEO. And the people that went to Getter, for instance, we also have a Getter account, go back to Twitter now again, because they can share the truth without censorship. And if you don't like YouTube, we also at Odyssey. We have mirrored our channel there, and we are also on what is that? This Mastodon, and we are Telegram for sure. We have our, and at that point, if they are online, thank you very much for our moderators. One of the moderators is here with the black hat. In real, he's a white hat, but he has a black hat, and I really appreciate that they have invest their free time to moderate that Telegram accounts. So that is really what we need to do, and that's also part of our partner strategy to repost and what you have done. Then Mrs. Wiedenhoff is reposting so that we increase the awareness and the number of people that we can reach out.
Actually, you mentioned quickly this, the one thing with the journalist and when they do an article. We recently had an article in Prosa, which is a Danish tech magazine for young startups, Iværksættere they're called, and it was fascinating because he was taking a Volla Phone, giving a full review of it, well impressed, had only amazing things to say. That guy has got a name in Denmark. That kind of thing moves mountains. So we're doing a lot in putting these phones into the hands of the right people. And that is, so I'm not as concerned about, I mean, of course we need these other accounts. I'm not as concerned about which social media we are on, just as long as the right people are writing articles in the right magazine.
Yeah, that's most important. Still.
And so we are working on that, and it's going well. So, and this has all happened, guys. I mean, aside from Robin coming up with an idea in 2019 for this, all of this has happened with all these contracts and all these agreements and all these roadmap within a few months. So the momentum is massive. I can't imagine by the end of the year what we're going to be able to report back to.
And we had a TV team here from public TV station. And next day we had a lot of requests from senior people because they are still watching TV. Young people don't know what a TV is, and so and so that's also an interesting market. We have a lot of switchers from old Blackberries and switchers from feature phones that say now with something that is easy to use.
Cool.
And you haven't told us something. You have also an online shop.
Yeah.
Oh, you missed it to tell it.
Oh, I thought it was obvious. No, so linuxnordic.com exists. You can visit. We got to tell you right now, our present service host is like one of these clip and paste. We're out. in a few months. We're building our own service system,
Mhm.
Nextcloud, everything running. We're going to have the website up, moved. So we're not doing a lot of work on its design right now. So go in and enjoy what exists.
Yeah.
But give us
LinuxNordic.com.
Yeah,
LinuxNordic.com.
right. And of course, there's a full web shop. We're selling the phones. I mean, they are for sale on the web shop.
Also, when you are going to search us on social media, you will just search by the terms Linux Nordic, and you will find us.
Yeah.
And we will keep on working with being on all kinds of social media, which is relevant. And we will keep on working with the web shop. We will also develop a more proper web page.
Yeah, well, that's what I was just saying. We're working on the site, and it's coming along. So,
We made good experience, and you said it also in your statement that it becomes, I think, more important the brick and mortar business of retail to on-site retail. We have introduced the Volla bar. We have opened each Wednesday and Friday, so to sell our devices. By the way, you can also buy devices today here, and we have that because people would like to ask questions, would like to get help, a very human level. Is that also your idea to introduce Volla bars or Linux bar or something?
Oh yeah. You and I, we have been talking about this for quite some months, but it has not been possible for us to materialize it. But during these last few months, lots of things have happened. So after the summer, we will have a new address downtown in Copenhagen. Easy access for anyone. So it's public transport, super easy to get access, and so there will be a bar there with touch on, hands-on products. So we are really looking forward to that.
Yeah. So by the way, for the people that are watching online, we are hiring. We are looking for someone else for the Volla bar here in Remscheid and maybe also in Hamburg. We are talking about that. So if you're online, we need you.
What kind of profile is that job? Like, what would be your profile?
Yeah, so profile, you should be familiar with Android, with Ubuntu Touch. And if you are free and no one is at the Volla bar, that you can also help our customer care to make it. Also, by that way, thank you very much for Mr. Zavirucha and the team, Mr. Kraft, for customer care. I apologize if we need some days more sometimes. And we also had an accident that the server, I think it was the beginning of May, wasn't sending our reply messages. But we do our best to become better. In the last December, we introduced our ticket system. And since that time, I think, Mr. Zavirucha, you have processed since December 5,000 customer requests. So they make an incredible job, a small team of customer care. So because people have questions and would like to ask. Do you also have a kind of customer care?
That's coming. So just so everybody's aware, 4 or 5 months old this is.
Yeah, for sure.
Actually, we've only just got the signatures. The company is only just established. We're so far ahead of the legal in the company that and the hiring process that we're trying to keep up right now. So I mean, it's a brilliant thing because the company is creating itself. We're really so when by next year when we visit, we should have an incredible report.
That's
But at this point, we can't say we have a customer bar service yet. But support. 100%.
But that's what we are building for.
Our support team is going to be the most.
That's very good because we have also international customers, but they would like to ask their question in their mother language, their native language.
That's important.
And also for the USA, I think you should have also your customer care for US citizens. In particular, also regarding the time shift, it makes sense to have their that customer service.
Quick last question. Where can I get one of these nice shirts of yours?
I have a look.
Are they only for the support? Because the black one is really nice.
No, maybe we have someone in a box. Yeah, sure. Which size? ML? Large. Okay. I usually need XL.
Excellent. Cool. No, great. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much for coming.
I appreciate it very much.
Okay, so for Erleben Solutions, we decided to reschedule it for tomorrow, right? So because you will also prepare something on your webpage, and this is startup feeling. I like that. I like that entrepreneur feeling. I think I backed more than 60 projects at Kickstarter. Everything what I'm wearing, what you see and what you're not seeing is done by Kickstarter, right? So that is, so the next thing is, I think on our, is NetPrint, I think.
We do have a question from
a question.
Internet.
Yeah, sure.
Facebook. A Facebook user is asking.
You're welcome.
A Facebook user is asking, is it possible to use it in China?
Yes, we have Chinese customers.
Without lowering the social score.
Yeah, yeah, that I can't say. Yeah, it depends. I think you must install WeChat then.
Yeah. Okay, but we have customers in China and they use
already.
Yeah.
Okay, it's working there. It's also working in Africa.
Nice.
So let's. Yeah. So we have 15. Yeah, Alex. So he's waiting in the waiting line. So I'm very happy the first time that this also partner participates with a contribution in the Volla Community Days. So I welcome our partner from StartMail. And you would like to tell us something about secure messaging and anonymizing browsing. Thank you very much for joining. And the stage is yours. Maybe start with your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here. You can hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. How do I share my screen actually in this? Because we didn't prepare that or we didn't test it out.
Ja, ich nehme mal hier das hier auch mal.
Or can you run the presentation?
On the bottom line of your screen, you can see the button present, and then you just can upload a slideshow if you want, or share your screen right away.
So where? Oh, wait a minute. It's underneath. Present. Slides. PowerPoint. It's good. So I see it at the bottom, but how do you see it on the screen? Ah, okay. That's it. Good. I guess you can hear me, right? My microphone is idle, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I could hear you. I guess you can hear me. Is that correct? Okay. I think I'm set now. Sorry for the slow start. Thanks for the invitation to explain about online privacy and introducing Start Mail and Start Page, although we are working together already for a couple of years, I think. My name is Alex van Easteren. I'm responsible for business development and operations partly. Already actually in charge of and started actually with Start Page back in 2005. So almost 20 years around in privacy. Start Page and Start Mail, although it's different companies, separate companies, it's the same founder. So from that perspective, we started actually from the same source. And the idea of privacy started with the fact that we believed back in 2006, we believed that privacy is a human right. And that's something which we need to protect. That's something, and I've seen it as well in the previous presentation, it is a very important aspect of life. And back in 2006, we thought, it can't be that there is no privacy in the internet. And that was far before privacy was hip. But of course, the growth in the beginning was very, very slowly. But later on, it became clear to a lot of people. And even today, still today, it is a hot topic. So that's still our full focus, privacy, online privacy. That's also the reason we are the Netherlands based, because the Netherlands has one of the tightest privacy laws in the world. So that is an important part of our strategy to be in the Netherlands. And also, for example, for Start Mail, where we store data, of course, because we have to store inboxes. It's important that our data centers are, for example, only in the Netherlands for the email, because we store data there. So we don't spread that around the world. It's just in the Netherlands under Dutch legislation. Yeah, so this is next. So I start with Start Page. Just give you a brief overview where we are, because we have seen quite some changes in the last 2 years, I think. Like I told you, we started in 2006, and we are already 17 years a trusted party in privacy. Very often we get the question from users: how do we know that you really offer privacy? How can I trust you? And of course, we have all kinds of online stuff proving that you can trust us and technically what we do. But in the end, you have to trust us, like every online service. So what we always say is the best guarantee you can get that we do what we do and we don't sell or store your data and so on, is the number of years we are around. Because you can imagine that if we mess up after 17 years, we throw away our complete history, because people will find out and then we're done. So actually, that is the best guarantee we can give to people. At the moment, Start Page handles around 3 billion searches per year on a yearly basis. And yeah, so it's growing, and slightly we are moving, getting more and more in the search market, actually, and more well known in the search market. Well, let me go to the next slide. Yep. So here you find actually our four main features as start page. The first, of course, is the search engine. We are the only one who offer Google results, and still Google are the best results you can get because it's the biggest. And on one hand, we are competing with Google because we try to get people towards start page. On the other hand, we work together with Google because you can't scrape Google or of course we always we also pay for search results to Google. The main important thing is that we don't share any private data with, in this case, Google. So we don't share an IP address and not even a part of the IP address. And that's quite unique because normally every big tech company wants to have the IP address of the end user. We don't do that. And we keep that as a holy kind of thing, of course, because that's the whole basis we exist. We don't do profiling and we don't keep search history. We don't use tracking ID cookies and that kind of stuff. So it's private. The next thing is the privacy protection extension. It's a privacy extension which works on Firefox and Chrome. And it's basically an app to block trackers. And of course, what you also can do is make start page the default search engines because that's where we live for, of course. And one main question a lot of people ask us: how do you monetize? How do you pay your bills? And that's done by the sponsored results we display on the result page. And of course, you know, it's voluntary to click on it, but that's where our income comes from. The next thing and the third product actually is the anonymous view. That's part of the search engine. And I will show you in a minute a picture where you can find it. But basically what you can do with it, you can visit websites anonymously. So you can browse the internet in private, actually, because when you click through from one site to another one, you stay under the protection of the anonymous view. I will get back to that in half a minute. And the next thing is the desktop browsing app, which is currently in development. And basically that's our own browser. That's what we will come up with. I can't say how long it will take, but it's a matter of months. I think we are starting beta test in 1 or 2 months, and we go from there. So that's basically what start page is at the moment. Let me, oops, find my mouse. Yep. I think my slide, yeah, this one. Good. What's the difference? We are actually, well, the longest running and the longest around, if you look at privacy search engines. We use our own servers. That's quite unique because we're the only ones who are doing that. So we use our own servers. And we don't share any part of the IP address, nothing, with any third party. We publish our data flow on the right, and you can find it on our website as well. On the right of this sheet, you find what exactly happens when you perform a search. And in fact, start page is a proxy in between the end user and, in this case, the Google search engine. And the Google results, actually the Google index, I have to say. Interesting to mention that there are only 4 major internet indexes in the world. And that's Microsoft, that's Google, that's Baidu in China, and that's Yandex in Russia. Those are the 4 big ones. It's unfortunate that there's no European internet index. And it's doubtful if that will ever happen, because you can imagine that it costs loads and loads and loads of money and time to build such an index. So what we recently introduced is that we also use Bing results, and that's yeah, a part of the diversification, not being reliant on one source. And of course, as always, you know, also those Bing results are provided in full privacy. Search for the mouse. Yeah. Okay, this is an example of the anonymous view. On every result, underneath you find this anonymous view clickable URL, and if you click on that, you see a blue border around your screen. And from that moment onwards, if you go to this particular website, for example, via the anonymous view, then you're proxied between our server and the website you click through. So also, if you click through in those websites to another website, you stay under the protection of Start Page. This is a quite unique kind of way of using the internet anonymously, basically. Well, that's the Start Page part of what I wanted to share with you. That's interesting. I miss the rest of my presentation. Let me share. Oh, that's weird. There should be more slides here. I merged two presentations, so let me try to upload the other one. No, hold on. I have another one which I think it's this one. It's uploading now. Yep. So, yeah, sorry for the hiccup. So this is actually the beginning of my StartMail story. We started StartMail in 2013. We were discussing, you know, what's the next step, and we thought people search and people do mail. That's mostly what people do in the internet, or commonly. So that's the reason we started with a secure email product. So why email privacy matters? You can imagine that search is important, but on the other hand, if you email to somebody else, very often there's confidential information like passwords, like banking information, like etc., etc. And basically, when you send an email, sending an email is like sending a postcard. Everybody can read it if you are a little bit technical. And you can intercept in the internet. It's unprotected sent over the internet, basically. So hackers and those kind of people, but also governments and so on, can sniff what's going around, and that's what you want to protect yourself to. We believe. Okay, so again, the same level of privacy as search, yeah, I will in the rest of my presentation I will share you some basics of what we do, and also some privacy features, because the use of email is of course also very privacy sensitive. Beside the fact that you send from A to B, it's also a matter of features. So I go to the next sheet. Yep. So why privacy, email privacy matters? Our lives are more and more dependent on the internet, and yeah, the risks of privacy violations increases every day, actually. Like I told you just a minute ago, that emails can be intercepted, read, and altered by third parties. That's something you want to protect yourself against. Beside the fact that free email is something which people consider. I mean, in general, the internet is considered as being for free. A lot of people ask themselves, why should I pay for an email service? And yeah, in the end, when you don't pay for a service, you're actually the product, because it costs money to run servers, it costs money to do development. And therefore, if you don't pay for it, the money is earned on another area, in another area, and that's mostly because your private data is sold to advertisers. According to a recent or a 2020 report, 91% of cyber attacks start with phishing email. That's mostly what happens. So people unconsciously click on a link, and they get into something where they either share their data, or they get into a conversation with a hacker, and they share their login details, and so on. So what you want to avoid is sharing your main address with the entire world. And what we usually do is when we use email, we share our main email address, because that's mostly what we have, and that's the only address we have. I'll come back on that later. But that's also a source and a reason why people know how to reach you, and how they can spam to you, and send spam to you, and send phishing emails to you. So I just wanted to share this short video with you. I don't think I can. No, I can't. I can share it. I can run it, but perhaps the system administrator on the other side can play that video. Would that be possible? It's only 2 minutes. I don't hear anything, so I hope you can hear me. I shared my presentation, so you should be able to run it. Can you play it? No. Okay. Well, forget about it then. That's what I already expected. So therefore, I uploaded my video as well yesterday. But well, let's move on. This is actually basically a video about, if you don't pay for products, if you use free email, you're the product. And yeah, that is something which is unwritten law, so to speak. Go to the next one. So yeah, we started developing StartMail in 2013. It's almost 10 years. We have tens of thousands of people using it nowadays, and it's growing. We are actually an alternative to the big tech products like Gmail, like Outlook, like Yahoo Mail, and so on. With a range of features. And what we aim for is to keep your communication private. That's mainly the goal. If we look into the benefits of secure email, then of course, it all starts with no ads and no tracking. Unlike the big tech, which offer free email, and they only can monetize it by offering and by displaying ads. And of course, based on the profile of the user, those big tech companies can sell advertisements for a good price, and therefore they need to know about your email content, search history. It's all combined, and it's used to make as much money as possible. And the one who is losing is the user, because the user's data is shared or is actually kept, and the user is also influenced by what the big tech is showing them, either in search results or in advertisements. We all know that people are annoyed by, I searched for example, a pair of shoes, and in the weeks after, I get advertisements either in my email or in my search results about shoes and everything around it. So that's the proof how it works, and yeah, people are annoyed by it, but yeah, don't know what to do about it. Unlimited email aliases. That seems very simple. What we do is we offer an unlimited number of email addresses you can create yourself. So you can either generate a random address, or you can choose for an email address and keep it till you delete it. And for example, if you register on the internet, you can use that, and you can say after 2 days that email address needs to be deleted. So whenever that email address is shared with, for example, an email list, then after those 2 days or whatever you choose, it will bounce and the emails won't arrive in your inbox. But you can keep it alive as well and if spam increases on a certain address, you can simply change the address, delete the old one, and all spam sent to that particular address is bounced from that moment onwards. And the third aspect, of course, is encrypted emails. You can send and receive encrypted emails even to people who don't have encryption enabled in their email client. And that works, we call that the password protected emails. Let me go to the next one. We recently increased the number of gigabytes storage. Previously we offered 10 gigabyte. And because more and more people are using Start Mail for a longer number of years, and we got more and more questions about, can you increase it? So we increase it for all our users to 20 gigabyte storage for the same price. We also offer to use your own domain name. That's if you have a domain, you can use it also for your email via Start Mail. We offer IMAP to integrate it with your Apple Mail, Outlook, or Thunderbird. It's a real IMAP. It's not something what looks like IMAP. It's a full IMAP client or way of communicating with your or integrating with your email client. We offer group subscriptions. That's something what families now very often do is, for example, you want to buy an email via your own domain for yourself and your wife, and also add your children to it. And then we offer a group subscription so that you have one invoice for all accounts, and they renew till you stop that. And yeah, last but not least, that's the customer support. we put a lot of effort in customer support because we believe that if you pay for a product, you also have to offer very solid support. So within 24 hours, everybody gets an answer, and yeah, we won't rest before the customer is happy again and the problem is solved if there is any issue. So it's never nice to switch your email because you have to inform people. So since last year, we offer a service that you can migrate your old email address or your old email into StartMail. That counts for the contacts and for the email content. So for your entire inbox. It's a very user-friendly migration tool where you can just click and contacts and or whatever you choose. Your email content is transferred into StartMail, so it's quite seamless. We get a lot of positive feedback on that because changing your email is never nice. You want to avoid it, but if you have to do it, it should be as smooth as possible. So that's what we offer. Well, testimonials, that's of course nice. It's always good to hear from other people to hear, and you'll find that on our website as well. Especially for a Volla Phone, we have offered first year 50% off. We also offer a 7-day trial, so if you're interested, you can try it out. We also have a monthly subscription if you don't feel comfortable to go for a year. But mostly that's used for use that 1 or 2 months and then move towards a yearly subscription. Interesting to mention is that our support department have also a Volla Phone available. If there are questions specific to the Volla Phone device, then we can test it, we can check it, and we can help any question, to answer any question and test it in a solid way. So yeah, we feel that that's very important, to help customers on specifically a Volla Phone. Then, oops, let me. Oh, wait a minute. So this is, I had the wrong presentation in front of me. Yeah, so this is the 50% off stuff. You can find it on startmail.com /Volla Phone. Yeah, other questions? I think I need to switch. Now I hear it.
Yeah, thanks for your hint. In each box of a Volla Phone, we have a voucher card with the address of that 50% off for the first year. Thank you very much that this is possible. And with the Volla Phone, beginning with Volla Phone 22, we have introduced K9 as the suggested email application that also can use PGP keys. So it would perfectly match with StartMail. And thank you also, your developer team, you adjusted the webmail app, the webmail view that you are offering for the browser of Ubuntu Touch. So that the users also of Ubuntu Touch have a perfect user experience. Thank you very much for that. So, are there any questions regarding StartMail? Yeah.
Kann man mit StartMail die Kontakte und auch die Kalendereinträge nach CalDAV synken? Ist das eingebunden?
Do you understand?
Yeah, the question is if we offer a calendar, right?
And we are CalDAV.
Yeah, well, you can use it. Yeah, I use it actually mostly via IMAP. I don't think it from the web interface it integrates with CalDAV. So that would, I actually never tried that. I can let you know. I'll check that, because I'm actually and I'm mostly an IMAP user unless I'm traveling. So via IMAP it works, of course, seamless in the client.
I didn't found it yet. I think you offer IMAP, but not CalDAV or CardDAV, aren't you?
No. Well, actually, we from the webmail, you mean, right? Or do you mean a calendar in general? No, we don't.
I can access my emails via IMAP, as you said, and sending messages. But I think I can't synchronize my calendar and contacts.
Because currently,
correct.
I'm using a mail account in Germany where I can synchronize my contacts and my my calendar events to any device I have with CalDAV, and so it will be very interesting if I can use this protocol too for start mail.
Yeah, we don't offer that at the moment. Correct. It's something we have on our wish list. A calendar in general, but it's not on short term, at least. So, yeah.
Maybe it's an inspiration, at least the context.
Yep. I'll feedback that towards our product development. Yeah, I will.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I'm happy to hear it comes from the Netherlands, which is privacy first. But you're taking the data from the search engine Google and Bing, and you are respecting anonymous search and privacy. But what about the manipulation of Google of the search results? How neutral are the results produced by Google?
Well, if you compare it with what you see when you search with Google and what you see in your browser, that's something else as the feed we use, because of course your result page is based on your history, on your profile. And even if you search very limited with a small amounts of searches within Google or Bing or whatsoever, they have a profile from all kinds of sources, and they use that for the relevancy, or at least what Google believes is the relevancy is for yourself. So the best way to explain this is when you search on the search term insurance and I search on the same search term insurance in Google, we both see something completely different. You can't compare the two result pages. When you do the same within start page, then we see exactly the same, 100%, because because there's no profile used for customizing the result page and the relevancy of the results. Of course, the syndicated search, how it's called from Google, is an index what is used in both cases if you search via start page. So the relevancy of the results are what Google offers us. That's true, but it's not customized. So you can't avoid that. I mean, we're dependent on what Google delivers in that syndicated search, but there's no customization around. Same counts for Bing, by the way. So that is that an answer to your question?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
So and unfortunately, there are only two Western indexes. That's Google and Bing. Very few people realizes that fact. There's no European index, for example. So yeah, we are.
Does it mean that every other secure or safe or privacy respected browser uses either one of those?
Yes. Yeah. Well, or they are a very limited search engine, because of course, you can create your own index, but it's hardly usable. And other search engines, you might combine it, but the source, the basic source is one of those two.
Thank you.
So what you don't change is you don't have the ability to change the scoring, but you can at least remove the personalization of the search.
Well, that's what you by default do when you search the start page, because we don't keep a profile, and we don't send your IP address or any part of the IP address even to Google, because Google only sees our IP address. So they don't know who the end user is.
That's brilliant.
That is the beauty.
To avoid traces of your search.
Yeah.
However, it's not a solution for shadow banning and what's Google doing with its index with its scoring.
Yeah.
A search engine, everything is about scoring. It stands and falls the quality.
Yeah.
I think there are only two large indexes. Okay, Yandex has an own index, I think.
Yeah.
But DuckDuckGo is using Bing, and you are using Google. So and Google is best
basically that.
I think.
Yeah.
But the scoring could be more fair, I think. There are also some ideological refinement of the scoring, I would say, of Google regarding shadow banning. Meta for instance, I mentioned it this morning, is a meta search engine. It uses Bing, and it uses some additional sources, like from the newspaper Die Zeit and others. But so it's a more fair scoring, but you see, it's not really better, because scoring is its own science. It's hard. I worked in another company for years about that topic.
Yeah, and what we do within Start Page, of course, is we offer, for example, instant answers, which enrich the results. So, if you search, for example, on Edward Snowden, you see immediately, on top, you see, for example, his age and more about himself, instead of just websites who are shown. Well, those kind of things, as well as maps. That's quite unique as well. Usually, when you when you travel and you want to display a map of a certain area, that's also privacy sensitive, because then Google know where you are and where you're interested in. So we offer maps, for example, with 100% privacy. Those kind of things are it's enriched with, if you search for a city, for example, then that's also in privacy.
So you
one more
can
thing.
use Start Mail on your Ubuntu Touch device, on your Volla OS, with K9 or with a webmail. And Start Page, we have in the settings of the launcher, you can switch between DuckDuckGo, Start Mail, and MetaGear. And so because you can start web searches right from the Springboard. And therefore, we embedded the service of Start Mail right in the launcher. So that is a deep integration, and maybe in the future even more deeper, if we can render search results right in the launcher. Would be a nice idea, I think. What is impressive regarding Start Mail is maybe you can confirm that each content people have, even the drafts of the emails, are encrypted in some storage that you can't even access, only the user. Is that correct?
Well, we work with every user has an inbox, of course, and the inbox, if you look out, the inbox is fully encrypted. And also, for example, and those are details, how we have built our systems in the background. you can imagine if you are logged out and an email comes in, we can't open your vault and deliver it into your inbox, of course, because you're not logged in, right? What happens, what we've built is there is a PGP pair in the background, which is something else as your PGP pair to exchange emails with other people. It's so the public key is in the vault. The private key is in the vault. The public key is outside the vault. So when an email comes in for your destination, then it's immediately automatically encrypted. So from that moment onwards, we can't read that email. We can't open it, whatever. So right from when it's received, when you log in to open your vault to view your emails, then the private key gets available, of course, and we can use the private key to decrypt the incoming emails and deliver them into your inbox. If you're interested in these kind of, well, in the background technology and how we make certain solutions, we also have a white paper, a technical white paper published. You can find it on the website. These kind of mechanisms are explained there, and the choices we made, of course, to create our StartMail product. So that might be
okay. We are a little bit slightly over the time. Any further questions regarding message? Yeah, one.
How does StartPage get the finance for the? How does StartPage get finance for the service? Because it's free for using, like Google, but Google will use the data we provide.
Yeah, true, and we don't, so we can't make money from advertising. But how it's monetized is that we display sponsored results on top of the result page. That's how it's how we pay our bills. And of course, those sponsored results are solely based on the search term. They are not based on your profile. So it's less money for us because we can't really use a profile to target that advertisement to a certain user. It's general. If you search on insurances, you get sponsored results about insurance in this case. But we can't refine that, or Google can't refine that towards insurances because you're in the building industry or in the shipyard industry or whatsoever. So and that means that if you have a profile and you can really do target advertising, you can earn much more money than when it's just general. But of course, our privacy mission is key. So we only know the search term. So the sponsored results are relevant on the search term, but that's it. We don't have any other information about the user. So that's how we pay for our developments and servers.
Okay. Yeah.
One more thing.
Thank you very much for joining us and sharing the information about StartMail and StartPage. Have a nice weekend, and we are looking forward to a lively partnership and further projects and evolution. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
So now next, I'm very excited to have Mr. Baust from Netprint Datensysteme. Netprint Datensysteme ist das Unternehmen, ne? Ja, genau. Und auch nicht weit entfernt. Ne? Ich glaube, Sie kommen aus Düsseldorf. Düsseldorf. Die Hauptstadt dieses schönen Bundeslandes. Wir haben dieselbe Grau. Muss man immer aufpassen, dass wir hier nicht die gleichen Geräte, aber jeder was anderes hat. So, this is Netprint, a company that is not far away. It's Düsseldorf, where you have landed. And they have a very interesting product. He will tell us. And this company has chosen a Volla Phone with Ubuntu Touch. to make their solution happen. So the stage is yours. One moment. Okay. So let's yeah. Yeah.
I'm not big into coding stuff like that. Could you please explain the key features of Ubuntu Touch and Volla OS? Or is it too?
It's hard to say. So the main difference is that Volla OS is based on Android. So and we used the Android open source project basically, and for sure we also have used open source components like Linux OS and our own components I have presented. So that is Android open source, and so you can also run Android apps, and you have the features of Android. And the features of Volla OS itself, like the user interface I presented this morning. Ubuntu Touch is different. It is it's a mobile version of Ubuntu, but slightly different when it's coming to the apps. They have a special technology. They have their own app store of mobile Ubuntu Touch apps. I think, and natively, Android apps are not running on that platform, but you can use Weitere. The most benefit is that Ubuntu Touch is very prepared for the convergence use case. You can add a keyboard. We have USB OTG, and you can add a wireless display, for instance, and then you have a desktop experience. Ubuntu Touch is already prepared. And with Ubuntu Touch, we have also something like Libershine. It's a container to run, Linux desktop apps. This is also, you have less apps, but I think if you come as a user from a Ubuntu desktop, and then you have a mobile device with Ubuntu Touch, you are in the same world, and that matches perfectly together. I think that is also another benefit, and this is also describes the user group that we have that are buying a Volla phone with Ubuntu Touch. Some of, or most of their users also have a Ubuntu or Linux PC at home or at business. And you have the full control over the operating system. You have a terminal app, so all the developers are very happy that they can do execute sudo commands, so they can brick their device, and our customer care is happy to to get that emails of a brick device. So you can make a lot of things wrong if you use that. So, but many people like it that they have the full control. For security reasons, Ubuntu Android and Volla OS is much more protected. So, and I really recommend all the users, don't root your device. You open doors and gates for malware, and so you can't also remove system apps, and so it's much more protected, and you have the full control at Ubuntu Touch. And because of that full control, it's also very interesting to develop special industry solutions. As I think we talked about, our one of our partner, he wasn't ready with his product, but I invited him. Maybe they will present next year. They use the Volla phone for a control device for wheelchairs, and we unlocked additional protocols that the smartphone can communicate with that wheelchair for people that can't do anything more than just moving the hands. And we give them their freedom. It perfectly matches with Volla. And we have another customer who is investigating, evaluating our devices and platform for elevator control, because the small It's a perfect small PC with cellular network connection, and they try to use it for the elevator control. They have a special Linux software on it with artificial intelligence that is able to recognize whether there's an health insurance and a health aid event in the elevator, emergency event, or if someone attacks someone else in an elevator. So the device can call the police or an ambulance, for instance. And that makes maybe this is a huge benefit of the Ubuntu Touch. So you are ready. Perfect. Yeah. It is. If you like to have something to ring or something to eat.
No. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so thanks for the opportunity to have this presentation. So, yeah, my talk is called POS systems on Ubuntu Touch. I think I will stay in English because I think it's like 50-50. Yeah, so who are we? So we are Netprint based in Düsseldorf. We are an SAP partner, and we are developing and selling POS solutions for all kinds of areas, events, mostly events, sport, and restaurants. And currently we have just under 1,000 POS systems under our management, basically, in different football stadiums and different locations. Yeah, and we are doing the hardware and also the software side. So very brief introduction to SAP Customer Checkout. That's the POS solution from SAP. They have different configurations. One is for retail, one is for kiosk, like fast food, basically, in the stadium, or something like McDonald's or something like that. And then for restaurant, we have a hospitality mode. That's what I would focus today on, where you can have different tables and different open receipts for each table. And each device is connected to a server where you have an overview of the open articles, and another employee can take over for another one. So the typical restaurant use case. So that's how it looks like on a normal desktop machine. So the solution is normally developed for based on Java desktop technologies. So this is normally a Windows machine with a touch screen. Here you can see the different tables, and you can, with your touch, you can select the according table. Here you will see the receipt on the left side. So on the right side the articles, on the left side the according receipt, what was ordered. This is, for example, open to order. You click order, it will be sent to the server and maybe printed out in the kitchen or whatever like that. So we were looking for, I can also show this. So in this video, so we have two devices. These are now already, it's a small spoiler, so these are already mobile devices. So I can open on one device a table, put some articles in it, take the order basically, and then you see the colleague can also see the articles which were ordered on this table, can add additional articles. So, I already explained that very nice architecture. So I'm sorry, I'm a developer myself, so I were not able to put so nice slides together. But so we have these different POS systems. They are all basically autonomous, and the server. And it will still work also when the connection goes out. So you can, if you open the table here, the POS system has so much logic itself that you can still close this table on that machine at least. So even if the internet connection goes out, you can work. That's also very important for events and all kinds of use cases, because this can always happen. Then the application itself, that was like our benefit of even being able to try this out. We have this Java backend on the machine, on the POS system, and HTML JavaScript front end. So this runs in every browser, basically. So the front end already is platform independent, and also the Java backend, since it's Java, it's also independent technically. And then we have the server. So then, yeah, we were looking for a nice mobile device. And yeah, the best what we could find was something like this, very big, heavy, Windows-based device, because we need the desktop technology. And this is like an Intel Atom x86 64-bit, yeah, with like 4 gigabytes of memory, quite slow, and for that very heavy. So we were not really happy with that, and we were looking for like nicer mobile solutions. And yeah, we had this limitation regarding the architecture. So yeah, that's that. So the next slide. So what about if we put this on an ARM-based device? Because we have, yeah, I know from personal experience that current mobile devices are very powerful, have a lot of memory, some even over 6 or 8 gigabytes of memory RAM. And yeah, so in Java also runs on ARM architecture technically. So the idea was, okay, maybe we can put our application on an ARM-based device. And yeah, but then we have we have that requirement that it's desktop Java and not Android. So this should be still without any modifications. We have to run this application because it comes from SAP, so we cannot really change much there. So yeah. Okay, so then yeah, we found the Volla Phone. First, we tried with the Volla Phone X. That was, from performance, not really sufficient. But with the Volla Phone, the new one, X23, we now found a device which is ARM-based. We have Ubuntu Touch and have a lot of freedom. We can basically install the Java virtual machine and run the Java application. And yeah, what we did is we made a prototype based on the C++ Qt framework, so a native Ubuntu Touch application, basically. And all it's doing, I mean, it's loading the recording files in a folder. And so we are able to run the JDK or the JRE, and also the application itself, and we are able to run it on the mobile device. So one small comparison. I mean, of course, this is not apples to apples, but for us, this is now the new alternative to us to sell to be able to offer to our customers. So we had the startup time, yeah, less than half. The startup of the Java of the POS system was like 100 seconds on this old device, and on the new one we have under 40 seconds startup time. And I mean, you also have to consider the POS system. It has a lot of logic. It has its own database, and so the startup always was, was kind of an issue, yeah. So then I have one small comparison video. So on the left side, you already saw that, but on the left side, the old device, on the right side, the new one, you already saw the receipt is opened much quicker. And the order is already done. On the left side, it's still processing. And it's the same connection. It's really the performance of the device itself. Yeah. Yeah, that's basically my talk, I think. Yeah, I mean, yeah, small outlook. I mean, I asked before, we are still looking for now multi-device management or mobile device management. If we get this into the hands of our customers, we need to be able to do support. So if there's, I don't know, some case of I cannot close the receipt properly or I have another issue, we have to be able to connect to the device and check what's on there. Currently, we are using TeamViewer for that. That's the straightforward thing on Windows. On Ubuntu Touch, this is a bit of a different story. Yeah, and then also other small topics like what about printing, all what you expect on the desktop. And TSE, this is very German thing. That's a technische Sicherheitseinrichtung, which is required now for POS systems. It can be a USB stick or SD card format. And there we have to write all sales transactions or whatever comes on this external USB stick, which then can be provided to the official Finanzamt. That's new since, sorry? The format can be a SD card, yes. But this is a hardware device with a private key or something on it, and it's signing all the sales transactions. Yeah, so these are the topics we have to tackle next. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Very a story from practice, and so that's why I'm so excited. I think some questions here anywhere. I don't have a question, but
yeah. Could you please tell more about some challenges that you encountered when running on Ubuntu Touch? Because, like, yeah, I'm one of the developers, and I'm curious, like, how did you run the Java backend app? Is it in Libertine, or you installed Java in the operating system?
Yeah, I did not have to use the Libertine container. I just extracted, so I made two processes basically where I extract as a zip file the JRE. So I extracted in this home folder of the application. So I have write permissions there. And yeah, then I can, from C++, I can execute any process. So I give execution permission to the executable, and I can run the JRE environment.
Okay, so for printing, I can say that it should work just as a normal desktop Linux as long as you can install the packages needed, like cups and whatnot through apt. But the problem is that if you are going to use Ubuntu Touch in like embedded devices, you probably want to set up your own system image server. In this case, you will be able to provide your own customized image updates and not download updates from UBports, because otherwise, I don't know, UBports updates could probably break your system in an unexpected way. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have to try that. Yeah, thanks.
I have another question, which is connecting to the Volla Phone and what you were telling. I'm not so in the stuff, so perhaps it's a stupid question. That stupid questions don't exist. Is it so that the hardware from the Volla Phone, like you already mentioned this morning, is not the same as a Gigaset usual phone? What is exactly the difference that a Linux system and a Volla Phone system can run on this hardware. What is the difference in hardware then? Just curious to know.
Yeah, so from what Gigaset is selling for consumers is different. I think.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe. Okay. So we have so many mics. So very nice. As I said, Gigaset have in their portfolio a device that looks similar, but we have different specs. We have included more memory. This is, I think, important for your use case. We have 6 GB of RAM and 128 GB for internal storage. Furthermore, we have also already prepared an eSIM module for that. So we have prepared for eSIM a beta version for Volla OS. For Ubuntu Touch, let's see what we can do. I think eSIM is a new topic for Ubuntu Touch. So that is a different, and for sure it looks different. The Volla Phone X23 to the device that Gigaset has in its portfolio, and there are really different physical components of our Volla Phone X23. Not only the memory chips, but also the the casing. The inner casing is produced exclusively for us with a different color, and also the back case is also produced for us with our advice. So we have defined how the device should look like. So more and more we are going away from their standard products, and they produce our custom Volla phones. Yeah, and the software for sure, it's completely different that we have. So Gigaset is selling devices with stock Android. Further question?
Yes. Question. I don't know if I need a microphone.
Yeah. I can give you it back.
Thank you. I had a question. Do you have other ideas of applications to develop running on Volla phones with Ubuntu Touch? Like next to this kind of Geste system, do you have other kind of ideas or applications to maybe run?
I mean, from our business side, I think not. I mean, we are focused on POS systems, but I can also see that approach being feasible for many other desktop applications. Mm-hmm. I also noticed actually that some of the there's one splash screen at the beginning for when this application starts, and this is still rendered by Java. So apparently this also still works. That the standard Java UI is still showing in the application. So I think, yeah, there are probably many other applications for this approach.
I have one
Thank
example. So it's a very early stage, and I can't name the customer. They requested test devices to investigate in a very surprising solution. It's a device for professional sportsmen. And they invented how do you say, a kind of a tool or accessory to measure the body strength of fitness. They can measure the strength of your lungs, which is very important for professional sports people. And usually it's if you have been in a hospital or something where your lung was measured, they have a complicated accessory for it and devices for it. And this company invented an approach and accessory to measure the lung, but they need also a small device to receive the data, to process the data, and create statistics and so on. So this is maybe very specific, but this gives you an idea for use cases where a smartphone is used in a kind of mini PC with a mobile data connection. And there, yeah, and if you start thinking about it, then you have so many use cases that are possible. Now, thank you very much for that question. Maybe next year on the Volla Community Days, we have that company here, and you can measure your lung. Yeah, so that's okay. Next, also, or you just your hair? Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
You both have the mic.
Yeah. I have stolen it.
So regarding the Java UI you mentioned, with 2004 we have a change, and we use Xvalent now instead of Xmere server. So it should be possible to run most of the general apps UI. The only problem is that you need to somehow scale them to full screen and make sure they.
Yeah, I noticed that it was a bit small. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, we have our next guest behind the time, but that's fine. We have discussions, and that's the intention. Yeah, I forgot it every time. So yeah, and now I welcome Mr. Hähnel from Safety, and maybe we can start with a small video intro. Yeah, safety-e.info, and maybe you can play for a kind of introduction. But it's German. It's German, but we should do it. Sound? Sound? So. Dann lassen wir es einfach weg. Tomorrow we should find a solution for that. Okay. Ja, dann wollen wir weitergehen. Ich begrüße Herrn Hähnel ganz herzlich von Safety. Das ist das Volla Phone X23 für den erfolgreichen Vertrieb. Ne?
Danke.
Sie müssen mir nur noch die E-Mail-Nummern geben für ein Update, damit dann ATE drauf ist.
Ja. Is Safety OS already installed? Can we run it?
Yeah, sure. I hope my colleague was right.
We will try.
Yeah.
Should work.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Works perfectly.
So with its own logo. So this is an example of where we adjusted the operating system.
Yeah.
This is not only for show. This is the whole operating system.
Yeah. This is basically our
private operation system.
Our project. We changed the Volla OS system to Safety OS, just to keep a nice device with a nice platform to bring our idea as an infrastructure to the rescue teams. But introduce the whole thing maybe a bit more.
Yeah, so we modified the operating system. So with this kind of a dual branding strategy for the device and the operating system, we modified the springboard for the requirements of firefighters. And yeah, Mr. Hanel, did you have a presentation or should we start?
No, we just do this as a...
Yeah, just an interview. So maybe you can tell us the main idea behind. So what you are doing is you have a huge database of information that are relevant for firefighters and emergency cases.
Yeah.
Information about cars and how they are built and where the batteries and so on. And you can explain it better, and people can subscribe or get a subscription, kind of subscription, and get a sticker that they can put at the driver window. And if you are involved in an accident, the first person that arrives can see, oh, that is a registered car, and can give that information to the firefighters.
Yeah.
And the firefighters, if they are called, get with one gesture, you know, the red dot menu, a very important information about that car. They are better prepared to help. So they knew, oh, there's a Tesla burning, so let's take some more vents to clean the fire, and or it's there someone is in the car and they must cut out the injured person. They need where are the batteries, or how is the car constructed. And the firefighters reported that they save up to 30 minutes and more. 45 minutes to help the people involved in an accident. That really saves lives. And so they get the Volla phone, get with one touch the emergency information, and they know what they take with them if they leave the fire department.
Yeah, and this
Yeah, and maybe you have it also here.
Yeah, so this is the basic idea was I will quickly show the platform. So the platform is with the new safety OS, very easy to reach for the rescue guys. And in Germany, we can put in one of our cars very fast, and then you receive some car data, but without any private data from the people buying the car or holding the car, or even in business car cases, so you don't get any holder information. And this makes the GDPR regulations very soft for our system because it's 100% compliant. And the basic and the most perfect information for a firefighter in case of a car accident is this rescue sheet. And this comes from the OEMs, and the OEMs need to prepare those rescue sheets to give the information about the battery or the tanks or even the airbags and stuff like that, so that the firefighters don't need to get into danger that much because of all the information they have at the accident point. And with our solution, we have right now around 300 cars in our systems, 300,000 cars. The other thing would be to...
Are those sheets you showed us already created by the car companies?
Yeah.
Or is it something they create after your request?
No. They need, by law, from 2010 on in Germany.
So they exist?
Yeah, sure. And we are just optimizing the process in a digital way with digital infrastructure. And for example, if you see this with for the electric cars, then you see a completely different picture, because all the orange things are the battery packs. So you're sitting on the battery packs, and this makes it very hard for the firefighting guys. Depends on the accident. No, never. that's the worst thing you can do, and that's why we are so happy to be here today, because the Volla Phone X was the first infrastructure we together provided to the firefighting guys for free in Germany, because we saw that in Germany it's called Berufsfeuerwehr, so the firefighting guys
professional firefighters,
and they're I don't want to say that the others are not professional.
Yeah, they're voluntary firefighters.
The paid ones, they have some better technology than the not paid ones, the volunteers. And I say every human is on the same level, and it can not be the case that we're flying to the moon, but there are people dying in car accidents, and also volunteering guys standing up at 3 p.m. at night, going to an accident place and get injured because of less information at the accident point. And this is why me and the family I'm working with on that project invented the Safety E and also the platform. And for the rescue guys, everything is free of charge. So we don't make money out of the people who are rescuing the others, the population, and the society. We just want to bring the industrial partners and also the big companies to their social responsibility, that they need to give such a lifesaver for free. For example, if you buy Continental tires in Germany, you get Safety E for free.
So it should be subsidized by the major actors.
Yeah, it is already. So we are not in a status of an idea, so maybe it works, maybe not. We have partner like Continental, ATE, like the AVD. We have Merck, the pharma company, in our as our customers. And now we are growing the business, but we need the infrastructure at the firefighting side as well. And that makes me very proud that our project works so well, and also get entered by the firefighting guys so well, because we are giving them something to play with. But at the end of the day, if we get the critical mass of people in our system, then in nearly every case of a car accident, they can look up our software with no special additional software, with no app, with no, we need to ask them to provide something, or we need to print something out. So it's all digital and 100% GDPR compliant.
It's a Rockefeller idea to give the oil lamp for free, yeah?
So now it runs, and I needed to go through all the fingerprint and all the data. And now we have everything here. Demo anzeigen? No, I don't want. And now you see that you can, with one slide, you have the one. We need Brave for that, and then it launches. But this is only the first time. So it's very nice to...
And you have also a pre-installed QR scanner, because also the stickers have a QR code, right?
No, the stickers don't need... No, our purpose is to get the information on their way to the accident point, to use the 8 minutes of time. In the US, I discussed with Doug, it's more than 30 minutes or 45. It depends on the state and also on the traffic. They can use this time to make a strategy to see, okay, how many cars do we have in the accident? Give me the
cars are they?
yeah, and everything is based on the number plate. And for example, in other lands or in other countries, it's more easy for us. In Germany, it's like you can use whatever you want. You can go with, for example, Einbeck SE 110. I can go for an electric car. I can leave the E on my number plate. That's my decision. So out of this information, I don't know as a firefighter, is that an e-car? Is that a plug-in hybrid? Is that a mild hybrid? I don't know exactly what I'm cutting at the moment. And for example, in the Netherlands, it's more like that every car which gets manufactured gets one lifetime number plate. So in the Dutch market, it's very easy. We need to get every car information, every number plates in our software. We connect the rescue sheet and then done. And those markets, for example, in the leasing companies, for example, the ALD in France, every car they are giving to their customers is registered on ALD. So it's very easy because they are the holder. They can put those information in our software and the user is secured. Yeah, and this is also something we can discuss in the dance market.
Yeah, I mean, that is cool, right?
Yeah.
But what is this customized menu? Did you need to develop that?
Yeah, we offer that professional service to customize the operating system.
So it's not, you can't, unless you have your own, like, Volla open source developer sitting in-house at home, you would need to, like, for example, you couldn't as a company buy 100 phones, make your own menus.
Yeah, it depends on your business model.
Okay.
If you pay for that, if the customization, we are very efficient thanks to that brilliant guys. Two of them are standing there, and so we have done this, I think, in 5 days.
Okay.
So 5 netto.
But you charged us 10. I'm kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah, just kidding. So we have. So we can do that very efficient, and also the companies with the custom operating system benefit from our effort to do the updates of the core operating system, and we have a separate OTA channel. So for the updates of that custom operating system, and we have a custom F-Droid repository, so to provide custom apps.
Yeah.
So if a company, if you have really custom apps that are not available anywhere else, we can provide a mechanism to distribute updates. You will hear an example tomorrow.
Yeah, and we had 3 major topics on this safety OS. I wanted to have my own because I want to marketing this. So we have our own platform. It's free of charge. We have our safety OS. Don't worry. We have our own rescue phone. So everything gets a name. And we have some partners like BFE or ATE in this example, and they can pay for being here as the provider of the phones to their local rescue teams. And the idea behind this is, behind Safety OS, is that it's very easy to use with the basic functions, but as well as open for other apps for firefighting guys, so that they don't have this for only the car accident case. They can install nearly every Android app on this as well. And we wanted to create a solution where we can change also the provider, so that when I'm ordering 5 of these BFE Volla phones, and he gives that to the firefighters, and the next customer is, for example, RTE, then we
have that a specific badge, and
Yeah.
the people that get the badge, phones of that badge, see the logo of the different sponsor. So that was also a specific solution that we had.
And we also we did this. I have this in my car. Can grab it after the presentation. But we also printed this ourselves, so that that the customer gets this as a background, also printed on the Volla phone, so that the customer experience is as high as possible. And the last thing I wanted to make sure is that not everybody can change the background. Because I said, hey, they come, get the phone, and they say, don't need that screen picture. We do our best car, or we do our team selfie, stuff like that. I said, BFE paid for your phone, so you can't change the screen anymore. So these were the three major topics where we can say, okay, with Volla phone and Herr Wutzer and his team, we have the perfect partner to develop also some other solutions, because we are strategically we are going from the car thing connected with some personal health data in case of emergency, so that with our phones, not only firefighters can get access. I can show you real quick on the test server.
I mean, there would be a safety and security implications if people could choose their own, because then the phone doesn't any longer maintain the identity of its capabilities. And then if you hide the capabilities by changing the branding, then suddenly in the wrong hands, you've got information that you're not privy to. With a phone that no one knows has got those abilities, in that sense. So I mean, it's a good idea to keep the branding as far as, for example, like you just mentioned, changing the picture. It would be important to be able to know, because that tells you what the phone can do.
For me, changing the background is something so small when you hear it, and why would you? Why would you prohibit somebody changing the background? But taking your gear seriously.
That's exactly.
As this is a security device for the people.
That's what I mean. If you were to change it, it no longer maintains its identity of what it can do.
And we provide this phone not only for the firefighters, we do this only for the as well for the ambulance guys.
You were about to mention the ambulance.
Yeah, the ambulance, and everything goes connected to our other device. I will explain it a bit later, with PIN and ID. So we have a unique login on our platform, so that it's easy to get information while going to an accident place, or change something with the QR code scanner. So everything is strategically well thought out. And also we have a different background for the ambulance guys, because they say, hey, well, we don't need any firefighters, we need some ambulance story, and so we change everything to bring it then on.
And they have wireless charging. It's also very that if you come back or so, you just put it in a shelf for wireless charging. So our customer Clinaris, they developed for the clinics a kind of special shelf where the people can, after they have Feierabend, if they go home, they can put their devices on the shelf and they're charged for the next day.
And we put ours in the cars. So in the first mover cars, wireless or with USB-C, it doesn't matter. But we need as well for the ambulance and also for Clinaris, we need this IP86 disinfection standard thing, and also the military standard helps us to make this even live longer. And only when the battery dies because of the charging, continuously charging, then we can easily change it, as I see. As I saw.
You can.
So this is your brilliant idea.
Yeah, it's not only my idea, but there are some people have the idea. I have a mentor and also
I think he's also medical educator, docent for emergency medication, right?
Yeah, I did the emergency doctor thing for 15 years and is also trainer for air rescue and stuff like that. And the human health thing data we did already with 9.2 million users, so we have a bit of money left to provide some new IDs.
Yeah, man, I mean, absolutely feel proud. This is incredible. I mean,
Yeah. It's an honor to share this with you, and also that we bring it all together.
Yeah,
because we are right now we're still in UG, so we are the smallest form of business we can do, and Hallo Welt Systeme as well. So it's if both will grow and we enter some markets with you or with you or with you, doesn't matter. Then both businesses can grow, but because we had a chat with Cat Phones, Bullet in London, and they were so.
Caterpillar?
Yeah.
They make phones?
Yeah, they make the unbreakable phones as well, but they were. And then we thought about a partner which catches the feelings of the idea, and not only, oh, nice, yeah, we can make money out of it. We don't need money. We just need users.
It's about humans.
Yeah. And our software is able to get located in, for example, Denmark. So if we would run this together, we can go on some server farms in Denmark so that no private data need to go across borders. And this makes it JDPI so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Also, elevators, is that a story you can tell me things about, or is that just an idea that you're evaluating?
With the software. So what is wrong? So we have the number plate as the identification code, and we could change our platform for another authentication code, for example, for elevators. So the 112 minus login platform can be used for several firefighting, ambulance, rescue tasks by putting in another authentication code. For example, if you have a big building with an elevator, the elevator is listed because it could be a Schindler, it could be a Haushan, it could be something like that. And every elevator has a unique identification number, something like a number plate. And when they would put in this code, we could put in the rescue data of the elevator by PDF. And I talked to some airports because planes, the rescue sheets of planes are available in the internet. So I can Google it, rescue sheet A3020, Airbus said, oh yeah, you can go there, and you go there, you go there, done. But the airplanes, they don't have any device by when there's an emergency landing, they know the identification code, they know the module, and they know that there are many people on the plane. And they go, and then they do their best without any digital information. And because of something like, I'm just thinking, but Air Force One is not a standard Boeing 747 or 777. They changed nearly everything. And there are some rich people on the planet who have also planes. But for a standard 320, 380, it could be done very easily because planes stay very long at the airline, so 30, 40 years, and we only have one-time cost because the plane won't change. But what should we charge? That's the next question. 100,000, 1 million. If only one guy or one lady can save with our solution faster or better, or we saving 20 people, what is the relation? What is the relation?
A place like Sweden, you know, I worked at Volvo for 7 years in the interaction design department. And we noticed that that Swedish government goes to great lengths, so far so much as in some areas, accident-prone areas, they ripped up the asphalt and they put electric heating underneath all the highways just to make sure that they never have an ice cover. Things like this, and Volvo cars and the Swedish government and stuff, they'll be like eating that up instantly.
Yeah.
They said, we want that,
Yeah.
not only because it saves lives, but also because they believe in their external picture of them to the rest of the world. They want that to be all about human life. You know the same with many companies.
And
Scandinavia is one of those areas where that's top priority. They'll spend endless amounts of money to make sure that everybody knows that they're doing the best they can for safety.
Yeah.
So this would be a given.
Yeah. They already shared the idea of the safety belt with all the
Volvo
others.
did that,
Volvo did that.
And they would do this instantly.
Is Mr. Falcon waiting?
Yeah, since 2 hours.
So.
Yeah, we're 2 hours late.
So it was a great pleasure presenting that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. And I will be here till tomorrow midday right now, so we can exchange and talk a bit further in detail if you want.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry that it took a little bit more time, that we're over time, but we have a very interesting presentation right now, and maybe even a demo, and in the same area of emergency information. And hello, Mr. Falcon, nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Join us again. And I think you have to tell us a great story about GNU Health and how it evolved since last year together with the Volla Phone. And I think that our regular users will get a very nice feature soon. Hello, the stage is yours. You can start.
Thank you, Mr. Burser, and congratulations again to you and Nina and Madov and all the team for having another and putting up another Volla Community Days. Yeah, the idea today is just for those that don't know me, just give a quick presentation about the GNU Health project, what we do, and hopefully we'll have 5 minutes or so just to talk about the features that are upcoming in the next release. About myself, I'm a computer scientist and a physician by training, and I also love animals. So whenever I see Madov around there, it makes me smile and makes me happy. We work on social medicine area, and behind the GNU Health project is an NGO called GNU Solidario. That's what we've been doing for over 15 years now. And we work on different areas. As you see, we will be today talking about GNU Health, but we also work on bioinformatics and animal rights and human rights and another areas. This slide shows you some of the projects around the world where we are doing implementations, whether GNU Health or other social projects. By the way, there will be a very nice article on Linux Magazine, the German edition, for June this year. So I think that you will find it inspiring. So getting down into what GNU Health is an ecosystem. Today we will talk more about the mobile application or the personal health application, but it's actually an ecosystem composed of different
areas. So yes, we will talk today about my GNU Health, but keep in mind that we do other things, and hospital management system, and labs, and bioinformatics, and so on. It's an official GNU package. That's very nice because, GNU it's probably the oldest and most respected project in the free and open source arena, created by Mr. Richard Stallman back in the 80s, and it's most of our projects are here because of GNU. And every single component that we use, it's free software, and that's key. And we make sure that whenever we try something else, that the license that they use it's an open license, and also it's a community-oriented project. GNU Health has been declared a digital public good by these guys that you see here. One is United Nations with the different offices like UNICEF or United Nations Developer Program. It's also the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development from Germany, the Norway government, and so on, different entities. We are also at the European Commission site for public administration software, the Join Up. And these are just some examples of GNU Health around the world, from small clinics in the African rainforest to the largest hospitals in Asia or Argentina. We work with research institutions like Jerome Lejeune for trisomy 21, United Nations University, and so on. And most of these screenshots that you see here are based on the hospital management system. We do also work with the World Health Organizations. We train their officials, and we also use many of their standards. So it makes it easier to deploy in different areas around the world. And it's also key to partnership with the academia, right? So in the case of Germany, we have a very nice partnership with the University of Hanover, where we will be doing the GNU HealthCon, the next conference, this September in Hanover, in their university, and it's been really fantastic cooperating with them. Just some ideas, and these screenshots show you what the GNU Health ecosystem can do. We were seeing before safety brands and how important is being able to identify the person or the patient in the case of an emergency, and those type of things like the wristbands that we have, and the QR encoding information that you can put there. Well, GNU Health does all of that already, but it manages health institutions, whether it's your private office or whether it's a large public hospital or it's a medical imaging institutions, as we are seeing here. We kind of take care of that. It's a pretty stable project for over 15 years now. We also work on areas of proteomics and medical genetics with different entities. But now let's focus on one of those components of the ecosystem, which is called My GNU Health, and that's the personal health record, where we try to put the philosophy of not just talking about or not just dealing about a tracker itself, where you can, of course, have your weight and your blood pressure and so on, but also have the other components or spheres of your health, and that is the biopsychosocial determinants of health, and we try to embed them on the application. These are some screenshots. We try to make it as user-friendly as possible. We have to think about, that people of different ages and different state of cognition will also be using this type of tool. So we'll try to make it as simple as possible, but also as meaningful as possible for the health professional. So again, we have one main area, which is the health tracker. And we have what we call the Book of Life that allows you to record any meaningful event throughout your life with different categories, with different contexts, where it's medical, biological, social, etc. So yeah, you go from things such as nutrition to genomics, and here I'm showing, for example, that you can actually record things such as your sleep quality, your blood pressure, your weight, and even if you do a genotyping, you can actually put that information there and share it with your health professional. Of course, you share if you want. As you can see here, you can mark any of those pages of life as private, and that won't go anywhere. One important thing about, and I think that this makes my new health unique, is that yes, it's part of this new health ecosystem and part of the new health federation. So you can choose where to put that information. So if you want to share it with your psychologist, or you want to share with your nutritionist, or with your family medicine, you can just say, okay, I want to upload this information to the federation, and she or he will be able to see it in real time. And of course, not only for clinical and medical management, but also for research. It's quite interesting. Now, one of the things that we need is to be able not only to have it on the desktop, but also being able to put it on our mobile computing, right? That is our tablet. Those are our, mobile phones and so on. And one thing that kind of restrained me until a couple of years ago to put it on Linux phones, especially Android, was because Android was not, we didn't consider it private. And so it was great to talk to Mr. Wurzer and say, well, we have this project going on that is privacy oriented and so on. And I said, well, that makes me A, happy, and B, now I have the responsibility to try to make it, import it to Android. Because one of the things that happens is, yes, the Linux phones are great, but the user base is not that big. So if we really want to enable the end user to have an application, a personal health application, we have to make sure that it runs in many different devices, in many different operating systems. And Android, of course, it's key on the user base, especially in Europe. So I have to go and think about what kind of environment we can use to be able to deploy with one single code base in different architectures and platforms. So we started with Qt and Kirigami, and last year we started to migrate to Kiwi Python, and we are quite happy with the results so far. Yeah, as I said, we moved to Kiwi. Kiwi is a free software project that allows you exactly to do that. You write one code base, Python, and then you're going to be able to port it to different platforms, right? And so here you have a Volla Phone. I think that this is the Volla Phone X. I'm almost positive the one that we have on the left side. And on the back, you have a FreeBSD on the desktop running the same application. As I said, our relationship with Volla comes back to a couple of years ago, and we've been partners since then. And the main goals are, be able to have My New Health as one of the default applications that is shipped with the Volla OS or Ubuntu Touch or whatever operating system that is available for that device. I've been in touch, especially lately, with the team of the Volla developers, and it's really nice to see how the upcoming operating systems are going to be available with newer Python interpreters on here and so on, right? And this is exciting, right? So now you have on the same device the possibility of having multiple operating systems. And this is great for especially not only as an end user, but for testing. Again, we need to have as much as possible one single code base and being able to try on the different flavors and the different distros and the different operating systems. So this is really nice, and let me send you my congratulations to the developer team that has been able to do this. I think this is a great, huge milestone on Volla phones. So now, what are we expecting, or what do we need to do for the next release? Well, one of the things is we need to be able to communicate with all these devices that people use at home, whether it's a glucometer to check your sugar level in blood, or whether it's a blood pressure monitor or your scale. It would be nice that you can actually get that information from the device themselves. And as long as the information uses open protocols and open standards, it should be simple to put it, right? The other things that we've been discussing with the team of the Volla developers is, what type of kernels or distributions are going to be the most fitted for New Health or for My New Health. Keeping in mind that we have the possibility of reaching to low-level access to different APIs on the phone. So, if you want to get to the accelerometer or to the battery or to whatever, or the camera, probably it can be a way of doing it at application level. But that's something that the kernel hackers know much better than I. And whatever it works for them, as long as we have an updated operating system with pretty new Python interpreters and libraries, I'll be very happy to. And yeah, the other thing that Jörg was asking me these days is like, the Volla OS probably is going to differ from the Ubuntu Touch or whatever Linux distribution we're going to be able to use in this type of details, like, entering the person emergency information and so on. So that's where the plugins schema can come along, and depending on what are you doing with My New Health, you can import one plugin or another. And Yeah, I'm quite excited with it. Hopefully, we will be able very soon to have the latest. I think it's going to be 2004. The guys at Volla OS were already working on that. On Ubuntu Touch, we'll have Python 3.8 or so. So that's fresh enough. That will work very well, and we should be able to show it at the GNU 40th anniversary that is going to be in Switzerland in September, and as I said previously, in Hanover. So I'm looking forward to see you. This time I couldn't make it, as last year that I was in Remscheid. I couldn't make it this year, but I'm sure that I will be able to see you guys in person, either in Switzerland or in Berlin, in Hanover, sorry, very, very soon. So thank you so very much for having me, and hopefully we'll have some space for discussions or questions.
Very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
So I'm so excited about GNU Health because I think the public domain, the politicians should be aware and should know that project. They are working on a centralized database of health data that can be misused. And the approach of GNU Health is to have a kind of distributed data storage that can be used by hospitals, labs, and yourself. And that is a much better approach, that the data that is owned by the people can decide with whom they would like to share the data, and they can decide to contribute to anonymized data for research. And the last 3 years has shown us how important it is to have reliable research data and not manipulated by big pharma. So I think this is a really important project and what you are doing there. And with the GNU Health personal app, we would like to ship it with Volla OS and maybe also with Ubuntu Touch. Maybe we find a way. And the idea is also that people decide on their own to share additional emergency information to make it accessible. If they're collapse or have an emergency case on the street, they have their smartphone with them, and you know that with Android and iOS you can get an emergency contact. But why not providing more that is on the decision of the people that have some special diseases, and if they're in an emergency case, someone who helps, a doctor or rescue team, that should know. So I'm very excited about that project, and we are working hard, and hopefully we can show the beta version or maybe even a release in September on Volla OS, and maybe also on other operation system. Also, OpenSUSE is quite interested to support that project. Do you have some information about the people of OpenSUSE, whether they would like to port their system to the Volla Phone?
Yes, Adrian is the main developer for the OpenSUSE mobile. He was actually showing some very nice progress with the camera on the Volla phones, and he was going to do actually in these days a presentations on OpenSUSE mobile. So I'm pretty sure that sooner than later that we will have an OpenSUSE version for the Volla OS. I know OpenSUSE. We've been working with them for many years on the hospital management system, and it would be really nice to be able to have it also shipped on the Volla, especially now that you have the multi-boot feature, right? So that makes things so much flexible for different people, different flavors, different likes. So it's really exciting. So yes, I'm presuming that we will have OpenSUSE soon on the Volla Phone too.
You talked about medical accessory to measure blood pressure or something else. So this will be a challenge. What do you think about how to connect to that devices? Do you also work on that for your software?
Yeah, well, most of them use Bluetooth. Again, here comes where being a free software activist, you really want to make sure, or at least to patronize somehow those devices that use open and free technology, because in the end, many of these devices, like the blood pressure or even the blood sugar level, the glucometers, you don't really know where that data is actually going to, you know. And I want to make sure that we not only use free software, but also free hardware in terms of freedom, right? And privacy. So I want to get my hands with a couple of devices that use open schemas, and you know, two of those that are used mostly is the blood pressure and the blood sugar levels, right? So once we have that, and they use Bluetooth and it's open hardware, then our ideas is, guys, why don't you get this? The rest would also work, I assume. But I really want to not only deliver an application, but also deliver a message on how important is to use privacy-oriented hardware, not only on your phone, but also on your medical devices that you're going to have at home. Because in the end, it's your health, it's your data, and you should be ultimately who's going to be in charge of sharing that information only with those health professionals and community that you really want to.
Perfect. Any questions from the audience? Yeah.
I have a question actually that's related to this, and if you have any integration with the Pine Watch.
Sorry, with the what?
Pine Time, sorry, Pine Time.
Oh, with the Pine Phone?
The watch that they make.
Yes, actually, it's been a while that this French guy that was working on the Pine Watch, and I actually have one, but it's been a while that I'm not currently developing anything on that level, but it's exciting. It's a nice project. The only problem that I found with the not really as much with the Pine Phone, with the Pine Time, with the Pine Phone was the hardware at that moment. I had issues with the cell carriers and things like that couldn't actually work much on it. But on the other hand, it was very easy to use any sort of operating system on it. So the good thing about the Pine phones is the hardware is really good. I have the Volla Phone here, Volla Phone X for 1 year plus or whatever, and it's solid. It's very good. Battery is very good, and the cell phone carrier catches the signal everywhere. So I think that they are complementary projects. I think that it's very nice to have also other projects around. And the Pine Time, again, one of the things that happened at one point in time is that it broke the hardware itself. But it's a very nice project, and I wish that it also keeps on growing.
Pine Time? Heartbeat. Yeah. Yeah, that would be. Yeah. It's Asterix OS or? Mhm. Ja, ja.
This was actually a point phone. Was one of the very
Yeah.
first.
We have done some
things
investigations in such devices. It's quite interesting.
is
Yeah,
the,
to use smartwatches to body control.
Okay.
Also, I think you should be able to measure the, I don't know it in English, Sauerstoffanteil im Blut, so oxygen in blood. You can
the saturation.
easily measure something like that.
Mm.
Yeah, some further questions or comments? Or is everyone exhausted by all that content? Yeah?
Yeah, I got another question, perhaps about it touches the new project, but also the dual boot. When you have data on your phone, is it accessible by both Ubuntu and by Volla OS?
So for privacy reason, not. So each operating system has its user data that is really physically disconnected. But what you can do is you can if you format your SD card, you can format a partition as an external storage, and that external storage both operating system could access. For instance, to share between the operating systems files like videos or PDFs, whatever. That is possible. And that's again, everything is your choice. You can choose to create that space to exchange data.
And on that side also, you could, I mean, if you shared it with your federation, once that information goes to the federation, you could access it from whatever operating system that you're using. The data itself is stored on it's called TinyDB. It's a JSON database. But of course, the idea is that the block device, the file system where you're working or whatever, is also encrypted. So it once you are able to decrypt using the same credentials or whatever, then you should be able to access it. As Mr. Wurzer said, if you have a common area where the data is stored there, then you should be okay.
Yeah, you also have a question because you just took the microphone. Okay, so the doc maybe has a question. Oh, yeah, he asked something. He asked whether he can go home.
Madov.
Yeah, not yet. Yeah, not yet. So, if there's no question, I would say thank you very much for you, Mr. Falcon, to participate in the Volla Community Days and present GNU Health and the progress of that app. And thank you for being here today and with your questions, ideas, comments, and lively communication via lunch. And so tomorrow we see us hopefully again at 10 in the morning. So enjoy the evening in that city and see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for coming. Ja. Ja, vielen Dank für die große Hilfe. Das ist großartig. War ja eigentlich lebhaft, ne?
Ja, doch, war ungern, aber ein UBports 6 hat uns halt Kameras gesetzt heute.
Also ja, okay, ja, okay.
Kameras gesetzt. Das Problem ist nicht das Kabel selbst, das ich auch raus,
Sondern
dass wenn es an einem Dongle dran ist, wieder die Kamera nicht
ja.
aber nur einen kleinen Adapter von USB-C
Ja. Ich hätte einen Adapter gehabt von USB-C auf USB-C. Ja. Ja. Ja, den habe ich in der Tasche gehabt. Ich wusste das nicht, dass das gebraucht würde. Ja, ja, okay. Ja, okay. Wenn ich das gewusst hätte. Ja, als Apple-User habe ich immer Adapter dabei. Immer. Ja, ja, ja. Mhm.
Das ist schon richtig geil.
Mhm. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, hopefully you enjoyed the day.
Absolutely. Exciting possibilities.
Mhm.
We were thinking of so many things in the States that we utilize the
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.